Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Clarion Corp Trials number 3. We're here with the final selection, and we've got a bit of a banger series, hopefully. We've got the undefeated, God, this name is so long. Andreas, lend us your power. Undefeated in the first trials, made it through there. And coming from the second trials, low XP bar, who I believe went 1-1, so excited to see, maybe the perceived strength. I definitely think that Andreas lend us your power are somewhat of a favorite coming into the tournament, but still, it's anyone's game going into this, isn't that right? Rookie caster Gridlock, welcome.
Rookie caster, hello. Gridlock. I do believe Andreas is very much the favorite, but very much so. It's very clear that Andreas lent them whatever power they wished for, and low XP bar. They are a bit, as in their name, inexperienced. They've also participated in less matches, but I do think they definitely have a clear shot as we see the team comps here now jumping right in. We have Drakkar pick, and which I do believe is quite strong on Tycho, but I think they are running it as a forward, which I am curious as to see if they will be able to perform with it.
Yeah, I think honestly the more interesting comp is on the other side with the triple melee. I wonder where the cards are gonna fall here. It looks like it's gonna. They've gone Wand and Vambrace. Vambrace on Rasmus, Wand on Zentaro, double brawling. I mean, interesting to see. I think possibly the lack of speed could come to bite them, but perhaps just this damage ticking in from all the hits on they have will overwhelm this other side. I would say that the more conventional comp for sure is on the hands of low XP bar right now, so I'll have to see if they can execute here though, and they do break both barriers first to kick us off.
Yeah, exactly, and I do think it is, like as you said, it is a more traditional team comp, but Hotshot Estelle, as traditional as it is traditional for a reason. It is very strong, whereas they might be able to, like, as you can see here, they are forcing it in, and the two forwards, Dubu finds himself alone and just cannot hold their own against the two midfield characters.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real struggle. No speed on the side of Andreas, as opposed to this double slicks, as well as the cooldown advantage that's going to come out from Drek and Estelle having hotshot, and they're just absolutely dicing the barriers so far. And Jubu hasn't really had to defend very much on the first asking, actually defends well, and Juno able to find a cheese kill onto the enemy Zentaro, so perfect opportunity here for the side of low XP bar.
Yeah, we were saying about how, although they have the disadvantage on speed, they might find KOs maybe with their damage, but the cheese came first instead of the damage, and we saw a kill on the side. We saw power play on the side of low XP bar, and here we see again Dubu just being mauled with all these, like, with their mobility. They force Dubu in these situations, and so long as they keep this, they seem to be very dominant, which is not what we expected. The favorites are kinda down in the water right now.
Absolutely, and that was a great pass up to Abercrombie and great positioning from Juno to allow that situation to occur. Although Rimhu Jobs built their way up to a flip right now, possibly gonna be able to use it to maybe break their first second barrier of the game, and it's actually just flip for a goal there, alongside flip taken away from the enemy goalie. So it's not as though Andreas are out of this game just yet, and that lack of energy on this goalie of Jubu, who hasn't had too much to defend so far in this game, but if they do versus this double hits on melee comp, it might be a struggle, and that's just a cheese skill found. A bit of revenge there. Estelle taken off the map.
Yeah, and we can see here as the damage goes on Abercrombie as well, and they are lacking energy, so they might just be taking out here, but they are generating a stagger. They are recovered and in their game, and now we can see Sinto attacking on the corner, using their burst, tries to find an angle but just barely misses it.
Oh no. Yeah, and that angle was just tragic because it ended up rolling all the way back into their barrier, meaning that it's a double open net situation where traditionally Kai has the advantage. Scary situation, and it's actually the Rasmus who finds the strike, unfortunately. a bit of lacking strike layering on the back foot for low XP bar, and all of a sudden 2-2 situation. And if you're low XP bar, you really don't want to let this one slip, having gone up 2-0.
Exactly, and with low XP bar losing, they might have an unfortunate draft, and if they do, this game might just scale out of control with all the damage that could be laid out with this comp. As we can see here. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes. I was gonna say about Juno here being absolutely taking down their HP, but they do have energy, so they might be able to stay in play for a bit longer until they are able to get that barrier. And now Rimhujobs clears it with the death touch. Just absolutely tricks Jubu and takes the set for their team.
Yeah, great checkmate find, and I wonder if there was a communication of some adaptation to be found on the side of Andreas, because it looked just like a switch flipped inside of them, and looks like the Rasmus is rewarded here. Now I know the size is tempting, but honestly, if I'm Rasmus here, picking Rasmus midfield, especially with the Van Brace, I think I'm certainly taking stacks. But size, nothing to scoff at. More cooldown, especially diverse cooldown reduction for the Estelle. Has the cooldown rate and the cooldown refund. That if you get a bunch of cooldown rate, it's diminishing returns, but getting multiple sources is always good. But everyone kind of getting something good here. Of course, tempo swing on Zentaro, all ponder on this melee goalie of Dubu, and the Kai getting spec. Everyone are quite happy. But I think if Abercrombie is able to live, was perhaps the biggest victor of this draft with the stacks, although seems like they might not be able to live.
Right, and Jubu here now defending the corner against two of the enemy forwards. Juno tries to assist, but it's a bit too late in this area, and Istinto just with a dribble into a secondary gets it in the corner.
Yeah, and you got to think that now it's getting to the point where low XP will have to think, how do we have to play differently? I think possibly Jubu has to walk up a bit more, has the speed of the explosive entrance, because if you're looking, right, the core, when it's cleared, goes really far back before it reaches Jubu, and that's giving the enemy forwards who are slow a lot of time. Wow, that Resonance Hook just finding a kill off the Taiko drum there, and another power play advantage with Evercrumble just taken off the map too. Flip in the front of the net. It's a bit far away. It goes for a crazy angle, and a nice find by Istinto to take their 5th point in a row for Andreas here.
Yeah, as we were saying, the damage is scaling out of control very fast, and yeah, as long as they remain on core, the side of low XP bar really needs to use their evades in these big hitters with the Istinto's ultimate and such. And we can see here Dubu is again being forced, but they managed to defend it, and now it is on the side of Andreas, the offense, and Istinto just with the explosive entrance uses their secondary, uses their primary, and forces it in.
Yeah, and it just looks so dominant here from Andreas. I wonder if those first 2 points were just serving as a warm-up for them, because ever since then they've just been completely frying this enemy side. Now, honestly, if I'm Zentaro here, I love that choice. Just, if you're playing for damage, you deny the stagger. Reptile Remedy, one of the best stagger awakenings you can pick up, best tools for surviving, and Zen doesn't really have anything crazy here to warrant not just denying that stagger away. Means that this Estelle is going to be left with a measly Might of the Colossus, which is a bit of a deny, but nothing really that you want to pick up here. And yeah, just, I mean, Kai gets missile prop with the spec. It's quite nice, but in general, if the state of power that each teams have remains the same, it's been the side of Andreas who have been dominant. So just denying the enemy team, it's just a great game plan from them.
Exactly, and just as in their team name, we can see here that there is a little bit of level difference in the teams, and that might be a problem because their stagger won't be as high as the enemy team, and it just makes it easier for them to get mauled by the enemy abilities with their damage. But we can see here that new Juno dribbling in front of the enemy goal, developing an attack, waiting for every combi to get in there, but ooh, the core that's going on the offense, Rimhujobs just finds that angle through the goalie, through Jubu, into the net, taking another goal.
Yeah, great mix-up. That's kind of the classic, You see there's open space, but you know it's a Kai, you know that he's going to barrage up there. So you just shoot bottom side as close to him as you want to, and he just rolls right in. Nice find from Rim who jobs there. And yeah, I mean, I mentioned that the stacks could be really strong, but they have to get there. This is a good start, and Evercrombie up to about 1/3 of the stacks required. Has a flip here, gonna pop it, and they've got fire up speed. And so close to finding their first goal in a while, but nothing found just yet. 2 flips popped. The stagger bars are just reducing, and now it's Istinto, the one with the energy, and just marching his way up the bottom side. So much damage come out. Barrier, kill, pass, goal.
Oh. Yeah, that was intense. Just so long as they have them in this close space, Team Andreas can just dish out all the damage they want, and they can, like, quite literally do nothing about it because they are stuck between hitting the core and taking the damage. And in these cases, they choose to take the damage, which ends up taking them out in a power play and just in the demise of low XP bar.
Yeah, certainly is. As another crazy pass finds its way to Rim who jobs, although ball slips through. It looks like one of the adaptations they made is Istinto's, I think, playing a bit more defensively than in those first 2 points that they lost, and kind of switched to that Zentara being the midfield rather than Rasmus, but that doesn't mean that he can't just score the goal, while Ripu Jobs is just completely pounding on the Sestel, who just couldn't do anything against all that damage. And yeah, I mean, 9 points in a row after an initial rocky start, complete domination from the side of Andreas.
It truly does show why they are the favorite to win, or was with the favorite to win this match, and a clear showing of how they got that record of no losses. And yeah, with the stats, if we see right here, the damages have been dished out, the KOs we can see, and yeah, this just was a very rocky game for low XP bar, but I do believe they can very much counter back with the upcoming map.
Yeah, I certainly think they can. The upcoming map going to be Clarion. I think that what Andreas showed and not what low XP bar have to show to get this comeback is the ability to adapt. Even at the highest levels of play, you know, some teams are not malleable. They don't adapt to the situation. So when they're faced by being, you know, 2 points down in a set, they can crumble. Andreas were able to find the adaptations that were required so quickly, so impressively, and that just completely scaled from there. And now low XP bar, the onus is on them to find the changes they need to make. Possibly they need to switch up the picks, maybe their playstyle. I mean, Clarion is a very variable map where you need to adapt to what each individual of the 5 maps is, right? So the skills that Andreas have already shown outside of the gameplay, I think have already set them up to have a really strong performance going into the next game.
I do agree with that, and we can also see that, like, before the match I talked about how the Drekar pick, I was curious to see if it would be able to be utilized very well, and I do believe maybe it's a pocket pick, I am not too sure, but yeah, I do think that maybe swapping the Drekar out for a hard forward could be more useful on the side of low XP bar, and maybe with that they can just, in their names, I mean, they are the Jews, maybe they can just snatch the win in the next upcoming match.
Yeah, I think I like this backline. I personally think if you're gonna lock in Kai, I think you gotta pick Eject or Mom Boots. I think he's a goalie that needs a bit of aggression. If you pick him on strike shot, I think it was probably more worth your while to, for example, in that match, pick something like the Atlas and just lock it down while providing the survivability option for your team. Because, yeah, Kai as a goalie, he has, of course, the barrage really strong, but if you're playing him defensively, a melee goalie would probably just hold it down for longer. So if that's in the character pool of Jubu, I think that would be a great switch up, or even the Dubu, you know, steal it away from the enemy goalie, Goat of Space Time, who was holding it down really well. I think, you know, apart from those first 2 points, wasn't really under too much pressure, but I think later on was just locking it down, constantly getting the ball back up. And it takes some skill to, you know, for that whole team to be able to play where they had no move speed. I think it's something that should probably be looked to be punished by low XP bar, because if you pick Van Brace and you pick Wand, especially the Van Brace, I don't think did too much, to be honest, in that game. They got the dub anyway, but there wasn't too much damage pressure onto the Rasmus. And I think you got to be able to punish with ball movement, just rotating around the two melee characters who don't have a lot of speed. And maybe that's the switch up that the side of low XP bar have got to figure out going into this. It will be, I believe, Andreas who are going to get the side selection for this game, but we'll have to see.
We will have to see indeed. And yeah, as we see, they really didn't opt for speed in the first match, and I wonder if they will keep that playstyle, maybe pick another double forward comp into Clarion Corp, but I do doubt it, but I am curious to see. Especially maybe, as you said, they will swap out the Vembrace for Slick Kicks. It in those 2 points, which like I believe the reason those happened was that Dubu was left under pressure and like covered in all angles, which could again be because of the mobility, like lack of mobility. Because if you return back, what will you do forward? You need to go forward, and you just don't have the speed to afford that. So I think that is how they strengthen their play. But I am curious if to see if they either go for their comfort options or they opt for the more optimal play. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see. It's looking like the picks for this game are going to be recovery drone and tempo swing. So yeah, on this one, I mean, we saw Extinto on the Zentaro. I didn't actually take a direct look at what the damage numbers were specifically, but tempo swing on the Zentaro was looking scary. They were doing a ton of damage. So that could be something that's just slammed across the board. I think tempo swing is a really strong awakening. Of course, you could pick the recovery drone once again on something like the Dubu. That Goat of all time, Goat of Space Time, sorry, was playing, and it's a really nice awakening for a melee goalie to have, like the Asher, like the Dubu, like Mako, who don't really care about the healing from tempo swing. But we'll have to see, if these awakenings favor one side or the other, because I think certainly it's not as much as a killing start as the explosive entrance was. And the hot shot even providing more cooldowns is more damage. But still, tempo swing does some damage. The only thing is that it does some healing too. So the other team could opt for the healing, and they could also opt for the recovery drone to give themselves a lifeline for each set. So we'll have to see. I think we'll be loading into this game shortly. The bans are Atlas from Andreas Lend Us Your Power, so leaning into the KO, and then Erasmus from Low XP Bar, who don't want to deal with that from Rimhu Jobs again, it seems.
It does seem so, and especially with recovery drone now in the starting gear list, I do think that maybe entice them to ban Rasmus even more, because they clearly did not want more of that. And we can also see, like, what I am curious about is how these awakenings really influence these players, because in the first game I wasn't too paying too much attention to the start who picked the starting gears. I just assumed certain stuff, but I am curious to see if they maybe picked the card forward because they saw the hot shot, or maybe they opted to not take something because of the existence of the explosive. So I am curious to see with these awakening gears how they will play. Again, will they refer to their comfort picks now that maybe these out of pick, these pocket picks that favored the awakenings are not, working out? Maybe they will go back to their roots, and maybe they will try to force it even more. And how will it work out for them? I am curious, and we shall see.
Yeah, we're loading in. It looks like the hovers, once again, Centauro hovered by Stinto, once again, Dubu hovered by Goat of Space Time. I think, actually looks like we're gonna be seeing a restart. Not sure what that's about, maybe, okay, seems like the teams Made a mistake in the ban phase. All good. Anyway, we saw once again Dubu and Zentaro hovers for Go, Spacetime, and Rimhu jobs, respectfully. I think it makes a lot of sense. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, somewhat. And the picks looked really strong on them. Of course, the Rasmus, as I mentioned, was banned away from Rimhu jobs, and they were hovering a Kazan instead. So possibly, you know, that's going to be their thing, that they're just going to whip out the double melee forward comps, or I guess triple melee if you include the goalie, and just rely somewhat on the fact that the lack of range is going to be unpunished. I mean, they are playing, you know, the two melees that have the most range probably, other than Rasmus. But still, yeah, we'll have to see if what they're hovering is actually what they're going to pick. And of course, you know, what the other side are going to pick that we can't even see currently.
Yeah, that is true. I am not really surprised that they are sticking to their guns. Isinto was very effective with Zentaro in that earlier game. They scored some nice goals. And they didn't really get any, well, resistance enough to the point they would switch their picks. So I think sticking to your guns here is a really good position to have. I am curious again to see low XP bar, and there are the picks. We see Kai and Weiss being picked on the side of low XP bar. So they are also sticking to Kai, which I did expect a bit of a change there, but I suppose it's not coming. And I am curious to see, actually, since we don't know, God, I repeat that phrase a lot, which of these two is the midfielder. If they are popping up the Weiss midfield, I am, like, we'll see. Oh, and a Juno, okay, that is a very interesting team comp, to me at least.
Yeah, I would guess it's the Kai goalie again. Yeah, it's gonna be Juno on the Kai.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, these gears, okay, these gears are absolutely insane. So it's like taking a page from the other side to work. We got Pummeler's Vice, we got one Juno here, and then Istinto once again on the one Zentaro and the Van Brace Kazan. So yeah, insane. Nobody has any speed whatsoever. Only 2 tempo swings here, which is quite surprising to me. But we'll have to see how it plays out. It does seem to be going better again. I mean, somewhat of a similar start to the last game, I guess, for low XP bar, as they've broken both barriers first. But it still remains to be seen if they're able to actually get this goal, especially while Evercrombie is taken off the, or their recovery drone rather is taken off the map.
Exactly, and now with that loss, they will be a more prominent target for the team of Andreas. And yeah, the gears, I am utterly shocked. I'm gonna go ahead and guess it's more of a comfort pick situation. But yeah, they really did try to maybe lean into the Juno tempo swing, siphoning one, kind of a burn damage comp, perhaps. And yeah, with Clarion Corp, especially now that we see the damage pools of Obscura, I am there we go, the first KO is found. Power play inside of Andreas as the Evercombi is taking out of the game, but we do see a burst on Juno, which is unfortunately wasted as the goal is scored with Rumhu Japsu. Excuse me, Istinto. Okay, I clearly don't watch that. Great.
Yeah, I think honestly, this is somewhat the theme I see in a lot of these Clarion Cup style games. I think that it tends to be the case that whichever team uses their energy burst better has a really good chance of getting the dub. It's just such an impactful tool that you only get every so often, but if used correctly, you know, guarantees you the barrier, guarantees you the kill or the goal, whatever. A big target. It's going to result in you scoring it eventually. And thinking like Istinto, for the first time in a while, it feels like, taken quite low, has the flip. Gonna just hang around in the middle, but the Pummeler's Vice is online, it seems like. Takes Istinto off the map, possibly with the help of that knockback, but regardless, has, you know, the only speed anyone has in the game right now, thanks to that. And they're looking for something, but just can't get the ball through this Kazan and Dubu backline.
Yeah, exactly, and now Isinto is back in the game and forcing the corner for those barriers, and they do find success. Now they are rotating towards the middle, maybe setting up attack, but we can see actually Dubu caught like 2 against 1, but now Evercombi's Vice ultimate unfortunately backfires. But now we can see the burst coming through, but Dubu, out of space and time, with that ultimate, stops it quite nicely. Now on the offense, Rim Hujaps and Istinto, but now Juno comes in, but cannot land the solo play. And now again the dribble, but it seems Istinto will clear this and they will set up offense of their own.
Yeah, Juno now taken quite low, but it doesn't matter as they find the strike to the bottom side. Perfectly timed as well, because I think they were not long for this world. Of course, they have the tempo swing healing, but so much kill confirm on the enemy forwards that when you're staggered, there's just too much for you to deal with. There's not enough evade in the world to survive. A great barrier found once again, and this one looking more competitive early on, dare I say it. As once again looking for something. Unfortunate slime there. Pass it back to the top side as Evercrombie trying to find its way to the bottom. A nice pass here. They're looking for the play. Pass to the middle, trying to find an angle. And a great find. I don't know. That was such a weird bounce off the Kazan primary. But I mean, if luck is a factor, then they capitalized off it perfectly. So low XP bar once again, one goal away from taking this first set.
Yeah, they are definitely putting up more of a fight, and as I say that, Rim Hujaps just finds the two barriers with the help of Istinto, and now they are trying to find the goal. Juno here with the burst, maybe they'll be using it to defend, but actually Rim Hujaps gets taken up by the Vice Ultimate, and he recovers with the recovery drone. Got of space and time, and now slips through their hands, opens up a barrier. Now they are looking for the next one. Juno setting up this offense, using their burst, but got of space and time, redirects it with the roll, and now they are setting up offense. Rim Hujaps has burst here, might be able to use it to get their second goal of the series, but Vice just spawns right in time and stops that dribble. And now Istinto gonna be helping Goto space time, and actually another power play found on the side of Andreas as Juno gets taken out. And again, Rim Hujaps still has that burst. Maybe they can score with it, but they waste it. Now goes in spice time, but it goes in, taking their second goal of the set.
It's kind of looking like this enemy team being one goal away from winning is a bit of a comfort zone for Andreas. They just turn it up. And this map is a very polarizing one. I tend to say that whoever wins this map once often wins it every time. And you know, winning one of the 5 maps in this overall map of Clarion every time is pretty good, you know, pretty big advantage, and it's just a dominant offense from start to finish, 16 seconds on the point, and just flips, damage, everything coming out from the side of Andreas. And once again, you know, not as much of a comeback, but they've come back from the enemy team being 1 goal away, and rewarded with the first pick is Rim Hujaps here, who I wonder if he's going to take the spec, just go for mega damage. Possibly this. Oh, Omega infused. Okay, I'm down. I like to see it.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the lack of speed, and well, they obviously also saw it, but I am quite intrigued by this choice, because you are going to be receiving more damage, especially now Deadeye Kai is also active, and like other than that, all the damage awakenings kind of got pushed back to the others' rafts. So I do think it's a very risky take for the side of Andreas, especially like that recovery drone will only save you so much with this, all this damage being thrown around. As we see, Istinto low on HP and in energy, but the tempo swing is holding them temporarily. Rim Hujaps, who is also in the same situation. Yeah, I do think they need to be very careful with how they manage their HP.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they are still Vambrace Kazan, and like you mentioned, they've got the recovery during Lifeline, so I don't hate this pick. I think Omega Infused is a bit scary to take into ranged opponents. Oh no! Oh my god! That Giga Blast was insane. I mean, that's so tragic for Jubu, and a tragic Vice Ultimate too. That was a ridiculous point. Not much to say about that. I've never seen a Giga Blast quite like it. But a tough one. Just gotta keep pushing and not let these things get to you, basically, because anything can happen in a game of a Mega Strike, because you just gotta keep pushing.
Especially, so I hope that doesn't take a toll on their mental, because that was truly unfortunate to witness. But we can see now here, Goto spends time dribbling in defense, but it actually doesn't pay off. It costs them, and Istinto low on HP here, actually staggered, but they try to get that damage off heal themselves with the tempo swing as Juno looks for a KO and finds it. Power play for the side of low XP bar. Abercrombie may be a bit afraid to go forward because they are staggered also, but they are now on the offense. But Rimhujabs finds the barrier on a solo play, and now Istinto is back, and Abercrombie uses their recovery drone. So maybe we will see a power play in the side of Andreas next time.
Yeah, I think with Abercrombie being low in that power play, I think themselves and Jubu probably should have swapped positions there, and just let that Kai fly forward while the Vice hangs back a little bit. Great KO found. Gets rid of the recovery drone and the and just annoys the defense, but actually it's Rimhujabs annoying the defense. That ball rolls right through the Dubu wall as expected, but a great pass found by Istinto. And once again, they're just taking these points by storm. I think that's 4 in a row, something like that. And just making this comeback and afterwards sweeping through these goals.
Yeah, maybe it's a tradition in the side of Andreas. Maybe it's their ritual to give like the first 2 goals of the game to the opponent to then make the comeback. Maybe that's how they pray for their power. But yeah, we can see here they are again being hit by the Juno slimes and all the primary coming out of Abercrombie. But I have no doubt that Vembrace will treat them quite nicely in this situation. And yeah, they are setting up this offense. We can see low XP bar kind of, I was gonna say on the defense, but now on the offense. Istinto shifting the ground, and they do seem to want that barrier, but they just cannot find it. Now in the corner, we can see Goto Space and Time walking up slightly, trying to confirm that barrier. Burst used by Istinto, and does find the barrier with the help of Rimhujabs, but now is left without energy. And speaking of no energy, actually Abercrombie is also without energy, but also without stagger, and now Rimhujabs finds the KO power play and on the offense, but the ball slips right through all the way back and just gonna waste precious time for the power play.
Yeah, I want to say great synergy was on display by these forwards of Andreas in that flip situation where Istinto looked for the flip, and Rimhujabs just looking for that stun. I mean, it's a tried and true combo. One person flips, shoots it at the barrier, the other person plays for hit stun. It wasn't that resulted in the barrier, but found a nice hook afterwards, and then after that, I mean, you know, these forwards have not been struggling in the open net. It's going to be a nice team player pickup. I think that's a great selection for Go of Space Time here with the full melee comp. Excellent, gonna assist in their overtime plays and things of that nature. It's gonna be bulk up, a very nice pickup here, I think, alongside an explosive entrance deny, which means still that this Centaur is gonna pick up Stinger, and then, you know, the spark of agility, the egoist, a bit of whatever. I think this Kazan, sorry, perhaps getting alarmingly fast, but we'll have to see. Regardless of that, if the side of low XP bar are able to make this comeback.
Yeah, and we can see here quickly 2 barriers were taken for the side of low XP bar, and they are trying to find the goal, but Rimhujabs gets the orb of Maelstrom from the map, and the Juno just keeps trying to force it solo, but maybe they need to construct an offense actually on that topic. But yeah, that quite doesn't make it, but and the Dubu go to Space and Time with a great ult, killing the Juno and making up for power play, which they are now trying to take advantage, and they do so with both barriers taken, 2 bursts in the forwards, but actually the ball is taken right back to the backline, and almost an unfortunate roll by the Dubu, but by Go to Space and Time, but doesn't go quite in. A burst was wasted by Istinto, and now they're gonna try to go back in the offense and maybe use their other resources to score this goal.
Yeah, and possibly, I honestly think it would be worth it if they try and play for this kill, remove that recovery drone off of Abercrombie. Actually, the one who removes the recovery drone, and it's Juno finding a play on the top side with that explosive entrance dash range, and that was a perfect reversal of, you know, everything that was going on, ending that 5-goal streak that was in the favor of Andreas. And honestly, I think that Vice ult would not have killed the Kazan if not for the pummelers, so showing a bit of value here in the game.
Exactly, and we can see here they are trying to dump all their damage on Juno, get them to use their energy, and maybe even get the power play off it, but the the siphoning one works out quite nicely with the heals. Now we can see the burst being used to take the barrier by Juno, and now the net is open, maybe, and the power play found by Abercrombie's ultimate. And yeah, this is looking tired for the Andreas team, but they do have a burst that maybe they can use to get it out, but they are not quite on time, and they get scored on, and maybe low XP bar is gonna make a turn of things.
Yeah, great stun there from Abercrombie, as well as finding the kill. Just a great play, getting their team back into this. And I think a lot of the onus is on them as the player who has the bulk up here, to just be able to survive, although taking a lot of damage. It's looking like a flip is going to be forced out from this Dubu. I think probably not necessary with both barriers remaining, and the side of low XP bar going to be pretty happy about that. I think Dubu going to use their flip as well, going to get the first barrier, but I think these goalies can hold their metal and hold their stones and keep these flips a bit longer, because Go Space Time, you know, had they had the flip in that situation, probably would have been able to save that final barrier, and that's what matters most at the end of the day. A great primary though from Abercrombie, gonna cut Go Space Time's clear, and all of a sudden, this, you know, reverse sweep in the set that Andreas had begun is kind of being countered by perhaps a reverse sweep in the game by low XP bar, and Vice, rewarded with the first pick here, has the options of, you know, the stagger, the spark, the heavy, the rapid fire, everything on the cards here.
Yeah, exactly, and we can see the heavy being picked here. They clearly want that cooldown from it and the damage from it, and maybe, hey, they'll make more use of the pummelers and get that speed in power plays and a lot of usage from it. And we can see here also Sparkle Strength being picked by Juno, where I would have expected the, what's it called again? Siege Machine. But yeah, they do seem very keen of it, of all the damage they are dealing out, so maybe they'll get more power plays and through that make this comeback.
Yeah, I think probably one thing to offer the deny out into the Kazan, who still gets the Reptile Remedy. I think this Kazan is a big problem. This guy's really fast, pretty hard to kill with, you know, healing off strikes and damage, although it's Dinto looking more killable as they find him off the map, as well as both barriers and the goal here. And, you know, low XP bar, they've just locked in completely, shown great adaptation, and not let, you know, the reverse sweeps, the comebacks, the point streaks of Andreas get to their mental.
Yeah, and all the unfortunate stuff seems to just go through them. Their bond may be too strong for the enemy team, and maybe they will make this comeback.
Oh my god.
What a fortunate double barrier. Now, we will see the net open on the side of Andreas, and low XP bar will definitely looking on the offensive now. Juno and Abercrombie looking to structure something on the top corner, but Istinto finds the clear. Now Rimujabs will try to take this barrier. Istinto trying to get a power play by killing Abercrombie, but just doesn't find it. But yeah, we can see here the burst being used, but maybe in an unfortunate manner, as Jubu gets their barrier taken. And now both teams open nets, but we can see here Goto Space and Time is building up to a barrier, and the recovery drone gets taken off Abercrombie by Rimujabs. So, and the offense now top corner, and they just force it in. And Andreas says, stop this comeback stuff, and we will win this. They want to take this home.
Yeah, this is a very streaky game, and we've just seen many points flow in a row. I think, yeah, the awakenings that the side of Andreas got were really solid in that previous draft, and possibly could be the decision and the shift in this one. I think possibly at this point, I would say Rimujabs, you got a midfield now. Istinto's kind of been filling that role a little bit, but you've got the speed and the survivability, and it just is more suited to midfield. Unfortunate strike though, completely punished by the Giga Blast of Jubu cross map, making use of that strike shot and the Deadeye damage. Means that both barriers going to drop for Goat of Space Time, trying to play it to the top side. Abercrombie finding their way up there though, and Juno looking for a pass maybe, nothing found just yet. And unfortunately, once again, this Atlas Orb has claimed two barriers essentially, and it just means this open net is just anyone's game.
Exactly, and we can see here Istinto is building up to a burst, and there it comes, and but it is wasted. And Jubu just defends it, gets it out. Juno now building up to a burst, and Goat of Space Time just doesn't get the burst right, and it slips right through into the net. They are building up to this comeback. If they take another goal, I suspect with the morale of it, they could make this comeback and maybe, you know, even take game 3 with them. Who knows?
Certainly, you know, there's also, I believe, the spark of focus left to be picked. And if they get this win, it could fall to the Juno here rather than the Kazan. Would be a very nice pickup. But there's other strong awakenings too. The peak remains, the stacks on stacks, everything available to them in this draft. Abercrombie ticking down low from that stinger, just taking them into the staggered state. It's all on Juno currently. They are taken off the map. Flip available, they don't need it for the barrier just yet. Flip, the Duba wall is iffy, but it remains strong enough. And go space time and Istinto able to hold barely in time before Abercrombie is able to respawn.
Yeah, and we can see here Rimujabs has their burst, actually takes out Jubu for the burst, and the recovery drone, the burst, all of this is wasted. Look at these HPs, they are looking for a power play, but total space time, almost the core slips into the net, but it doesn't take defend it. And now with all these HPs, the team of Andreas looks for anything, and the dribble just doesn't find it, interrupted by Juno here. And Istinto now still fulfilling that midfield role quite nicely, but now low XP bar is building up the offense here, might just go in, and it does, earning them set.
Yeah, very well played. I think this switch up into deciding, hey, we're going to play into Dubu, let's just play double ranged. You know, we don't want to be getting hit stunned melee range. We just want to shoot projectiles at him from afar, and that's, you know, sometimes that's just how you beat a Dubu. I wouldn't be too surprised if this Juno just picks up the spark. I know there's a hot shot, but getting the double spark, denying the Kazan, really important. The Kazan's still going to get a peak performance though, so scary. But it's going to pick up another size here. I would have myself opted for something else, but I guess the impact damage could be nice for Abercrombie here. And it's actually going to be, in that case, Zentaro who gets the hot shot here. A weird draft. Once again, Dubu going to get the missile propulsion, same as last game. And it's going to be aerials here on the Dubu, so we'll have to see if Goat of Spacetime is able to make use of that, or if it's going to cause some troubles for them.
Exactly, and we can see here already damage is being dumped by the side, like by both sides actually, and energies are getting taken. They are rolling it out, especially with the Obscura map. If anyone lingers too much on those zones, they will get taken on aerials, perhaps taking advantage of with that roll, as we were saying. But Istinto now roll, walking towards the orb, but Juno is trying to hit them, but doesn't. While I talk about that, Rimujab just performs some absolute miracle on the front end and gets their solo goal.
Yeah, I mean, both teams just fighting each other to the death in this one. Neither of them showing any signs of quitting. And Rimujab, I've been saying it, just in a great spot, has so much stagger, so much speed, and has a big advantage here. I think if they play this Kazan in the midfield, it will go great for them. They're just playing for so much damage here though. Unfortunately, it kind of bites them in the back, as their goal barrier is found and nothing found on the offense. Juno and Abercrombie both full HP, and the slime hits unfound. So much patience as well from Juno there to wait out the strike shot of Goat of Spacetime and get that goal. I mean, they did trade that recovery drone on the Vice, but I think a worthy cause.
Yeah, we were talking about size on this Vice, and actually, never mind, Juno finds a cheese kill with the primary, but within the power play, they waste their burst, unfortunately. And now Rimujab is fending for themselves, but unfortunate own barrier. Now Istinto is back in the game. It's not done just yet. They are going to take their barrier on the offense and go to Spacetime. Patience waiting it out, but Juno sees it through. Istinto tries to save it, but the speed of Goat of Spacetime just isn't enough to match Juno's strike.
Yeah, nice attempt at the save, but ultimately it just came down to the fact that Abercrombie was able to find that kill so soon into the round. And these two melee characters can't really hold it down in the midfield by themselves, as once again it's the offense here for the side of low XP bar. They're looking for breaking this top barrier. They do get it done, trying to work on the top side here as the ball moves around, and possibly just, oh, another kill actually found onto this Kazan. Traded for the barrier though, probably not worthwhile, as he does have that recovery drone, as well as Visalt coming out. I think the side of low XP bar have to break this final barrier very quickly, otherwise they're in a rough spot here in the open net.
Exactly, and they are very thirsty for that final point. They are trying to take this game home quite fast. As all this, okay, Abercrombie is taking out the secondary comes out, but this misses it. Now Andreas on the offense, an unfortunate bounce, but is saved. Out of space time. Now fence themselves with Instinto in the midfield. Rim who jumps in the fourth. Abercrombie, no energy, no HP, but is standing with their ultimate. But now Rim who jumps gets the power play, but it slips right through out of space time, taking the game for the side of low XP1.
Wow, crazy finish. And yeah, just I think both teams making adaptations, making comebacks, multiple like 4 or 5 point streaks that each team had, an absolute heater. And I think that ultimately it boiled down to the fact that comp-wise, I think low XP bar were better suited to not only scoring on this Dubu with their double range, but I also felt that in those tight situations, what came down to it was the fact that the Vice and the Juno had a lot of mobility in a lobby where nobody had any speed. I mean, the Kazan picked up quite a few speed awakens, but everyone had wand, pummelers, van brace. No one was on the slicks or the mags, so having the dashes and the teleports enabled this side of low XP bar to kind of abuse the fact that the Kazan and the Zentaro, who often were kind of using their dash awakening abilities rather for damage, weren't as mobile as them. So it felt like this offense was kind of just continuous. A lot of damage from both sides. I mean, ridiculous amounts coming out from, you know, Vice, Juno, Zentaro, him mostly. But ultimately it wasn't a KO game really. And it seems like if the Awakenings are in favor of not being a KO fest, low XP bar are able to show up and have chances in this fight against Andreas. And yeah, we'll have to see how it goes in game 3 on Amy's app.
On Amy's app, I am curious to see. I don't think they will swap out this tactic because it is Amy's app, so maybe they feel a bit more comfortable running this double melee comp there too. But we will definitely, I'm assuming we will see Rasmus banned. So I wonder if they are going to be as comfortable as this game running Kazan again after the loss that this game was. And as we said, the mobility, yeah, was very used for damage and such, but also Kazan, who was the one who picked up speed, was more so the forward of the team, making it into the midfield. And without speed and with, you know, all the damage being thrown at you, it is difficult to play midfield with Zentaro. It is going to be difficult, and I think that caused for some gaps that Team Low XP bar took quite nicely advantage of. And yeah, they just took the game, they made their comeback, and now they are looking for a win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think now that the onus is once again on Andreas to be able to adapt, I think, you know, if they're able to get this Rasmus again on Rinmu Jobs on Amy's app, it could be very strong, but I wouldn't be too surprised if low XP bar just remain true with their Rasmus ban, as it looks like they are going to. We're going to be seeing Fight or Flight and Stinger here. So Stinger, you know, definitely a damage awakening, but Fight or Flight, you know, you get hit once, you know, you get a burst of move speed, you get staggered, you get your dash back, or, you know, your ability that most often would be your escape tool on a lot of characters. So it's not necessarily a game where you've got to slam this damage. The Fight or Flight is a nice option, I think, here. We'll have to see how these teams view the meta. I'm almost positive that this Andreas side are going to just slam a bunch of damage. And looks like their adaptation going into this ban phase is going to be to ban away the Juno from Juno. I think it was very strong, was completely finding these barriers and goals with ease at certain points into this Dubu. So yeah, we'll have to see if that is actually how it turns out. But looks like we're going to be loading into this draft soon enough. And an exciting one. I'm glad that this game didn't just end up being an Andreas sweep as it looked to maybe be after game 1.
That is, I'm also very glad to see this game 3, and especially with the way it was set up. Like, game 1 was kind of dominant show, and then game 2, we thought it was going to be a repeat, but then Team Low XP Bar cranked up the gear, they locked in, and they said, no, we want this game, we want this tournament win, and they just really did step up. So I do wonder, I think IMEAP could benefit cheese kills, but both sides have shown to be able to benefit off of cheese kills. So I am curious to see how cautious the players will be. Maybe their own caution will harm their positioning and cause something worse than power plays. But I do believe that at least one of these two teams will try for cheese kills.
Yeah, looking like, I mean, for the first time we're getting this other side perspective. We've seen Andreas drafting, I believe, in the first 2 games. We're seeing Jubu here actually hovering Dubu. I wonder, I mean, I know the Resonance is being banned, so that can't be what Abercrombie's going to pick up. Possibly going to pick the Pummeler's Vice once again. I mean, was finding a lot of kills with that Pummeler's pick. But we'll have to see. I would be surprised if this is an Atlas midfield pick. I'm hella down. It's looking like it's going to be a Dubu deny, so we're going to see, you know, how well Goat of Spacetime can perform on the other picks, as the character pool hasn't really been challenged in this series so far. Still, this Atlas hover, as we're waiting for another pickup here. It's actually going to be the Atlas take, seeming to be the secondary pick of a Goat of Spacetime, a really strong pick on this map, especially if Goat of Spacetime is able to react with those reses, as well as the Juliet going to be picked up. I don't know specifically who it's going to be on. It could be on either of those forwards, but either way, Juliet, you know, the classic pick on this map, going to be looking for cheese kills, I'm sure. But on the other side, some strong melee characters too, with the Drakkar and the X, just a ton of damage, ton of hits done here. But still, we're seeing so many melee characters coming out. Are we going to see a range character in this game?
Yeah, I'm curious, and let's see if we do, and we do, it's a rune.
Oh.
It is quite, I do think it can be used very well in this map. I am curious to see if we will see maybe some own goals. And speaking of, I was gonna mention Jubu and Juno. Juno we saw was very effective on the character of which they are named after, and if Jubu is anything of the same breed, I'm positive that they will hold quite a strong performance in the defense here, but let's see what ends up happening in this game of IMEAP.
Yeah, as well as I think kind of interesting that we're going to see Rimhu Jobs picking up the midfield, whereas, you know, despite them both playing melees, it's been Istinto a lot of the time carrying that burden. I think the rune can be really strong in this game. Banish, just a really great tool, finding, you know, one combinations. If Istinto has the timing down pat, you can combine it with the Banish and the Pillar to find a true combo kill. But as well as so much threat to the barrier, as they do break the first one here off the back of that Banish, and just trying to find it in the open net. Looking like they've got this setup where they're just going to hard commit one player to the top side and look for a rotation, as Rimhu Jobs just lurking. But we'll have to see how well they can score on this Dubu, as almost 2 kills found, kills traded, it seems like. I think Go Spacetime should have bought the res there, but regardless, it's going to be a neutral power play here.
Yeah, while 2 kills were taken, I was gonna say that Juno had to use their burst while the Istinto remained theirs, but they unfortunately wasted it with that patience. Whoa, even though they wasted their burst, with their patience, apparently they don't need it, they strike it right into the corner, slipping through Jubu into the net.
Yeah, great plays there. Like you mentioned, I mean, I'm curious to see how well this Pummelers is gonna work out for both of these players here, as well as once again Rimhu Jobs is always picking the map race. I gotta say it, map race on Rune, guys, it's not good. Okay, guys, don't pick it. But once it's gonna work out, he is still playing in this kind of similar positioning to where he was. A nice pass to the teleport there, gonna break down that first barrier. Flip comes out, and I think possibly was reachable for the Rune here. Istinto looks for a back pass, but maybe a bit of an off angle, but maybe it was perfectly planned, as Jubu, the strike shot, doesn't fall quite where they might have wanted it to, and just rolls into the net. And for the first time in this series, it is going to be Andreas taking the first set by storm.
Yeah, and maybe we will see a return by Low XP Bar in the style of Andreas. Maybe they will pick that up And we can see here that maybe we need some orientation. Maybe like they will get warmed up on these new characters, as it was their first time they swapped from Kai to Dubu, and wow, what an angle! And also Juno finds the kill, finds the power play, go to space time, just a bit too late with their ultimate. And now we can see the two offense here. Unfortunately, they cannot clear it, and Bats go to space time, clears it with their secondary, and immediately after they are back, Istinto finds a kill on Juno into the middle portal, and now the banish comes out. What an unfortunate roll by Jubu, goes right through them. Unfortunately, Abercrombie cannot pull this soul play off, and
Oh no!
oh no! What an unfortunate secondary, what a bull rush into an own goal. What an unexpected turn.
Tragedy has struck. It seems like the bull just saw red, and an unfortunate way to lose the set. I mean, it wasn't exactly looking like it was a close set, so nothing too much to cry about, but you hate to see it regardless. It's going to be a prize fight to pick up. That's real scary if the Juliet can scale it up. The X looking to find some scaling too, though, with the Might of the Colossus, possibly going to get some more size awakenings. The Siege Machine, just a classic here for this Atlas, and the Timeless, just the double creations coming out. I mean, God, creations are so weak, guys. Going to be stacking those up in the back line, as well as this old Pundra. We've seen Adubu pick this one up in the first game on the other side, just a really solid pickup for any melee goalie, as well as the move speed coming out for Abercrombie. I think a great pickup, finding the chrono boost. Having more speed than this enemy rune is going to be a great boon for this Drakar, I'm certain.
Yeah, Istinto made their first attempt on Juno, but unfortunately they couldn't get a stack on the prize fighter nor a power play. As now we see Istinto and Rimhujabs closing it on the barrier, but a strike unfortunately passes right through the barrier. Now Go to Space Time uses their ultimate, fearing a KO, but that KO did not come, therefore their ult is now down. So maybe a power play, but maybe they don't need it, as they close in on Go to Space Time slowly but surely. Juno and Abercrombie, a nice play by both of them. Just close in and strike it in.
Yeah, absolutely, and finding that first goal in this game so far. A banish comes out, but no pillars placed just yet, as unfortunately I think Jubu maybe was waiting a bit too long for the pillar, but kind of works out in their favor as both goalies losing their barriers here. Nice offense here as Abercrombie has a flip, looked to time that pillar, but wasn't quite expecting the timeless creator possibly, as they're trying to build up this corner offense, but a great primary and redirect comes out from Juno, attempting to get redemption on the final point of the last set. And yeah, I mean, just a complete reversal. I mean, this game is so streaky. Everyone is just finding points and points in heaps and in rows, and you can never tell which team is going to be winning at any given moment.
Right, and we can see here that Juno unfortunately misses their bull rush into Istinto, but they do have their burst, and they are now waiting up front for an opportunity to maybe use this burst after the barricade destroyed, or maybe to destroy the barricade itself. Jubu now defending, they are also building up to a burst, uses their ultimate, pushes the ball into forward, and Abercrombie and Juno, what an unfortunate KO, as Juno uses bull rush on Istinto, but the special that was already cast sends them out. Power play now on the side of Andreas, and they find the barrier with it. Istinto with their burst will, I'm sure, be looking for a goal on it, as well as Rimhujabs passes with the burst. What an unfortunate double dash punch that is unfortunately too early, but doesn't matter as Rimhujabs closes the up and strikes it.
Yeah, I mean, Istinto used the flip there. As we all know, if you flip and then it goes in the enemy net 3 seconds later, you scored with flip. So it works out for them, although having no energy in this matchup, I think not the best. Ultimate comes down from the Atlas here, so it means they won't have too much healing in case they get a bit low, apart from, I guess, this man brace that I must not forget about. Looks like a nice corner offense here. Great secondary shuts that down. Dougal wall trying to keep the offense up front as an ult comes down, looking for a cheese kill out of the X here. Nothing found just yet though, as Rune did have the teleport available. Still, Rimhujabs taken quite low here. Of course, we'll get their secondary back in case they do get staggered, but still, you never like to be in any KO danger. As speaking of KO danger, Istinto the danger himself as he finds the kill and looking to find the goal with the pummeler's speed. Nothing found just yet. But unfortunate misses coming out of the back line takes us to 2-2. And off the power play, Andreas working their way back into the set.
Yeah, and it's now point for the set. So we will see which team takes this up lead. Will maybe they will be able to settle this, but what an unfortunate play. Juno tries to dribble in front of goal, but that doesn't quite pay off. In 6 seconds, my curiosity is satisfied as the side of Andreas, after that unfortunate self-barrier from the X, just strikes it in with a dash punch.
Yeah, that's just a tragic way to lose. I think about 6-second point, and now this rune is going to pick up the rapid fire unless they are absolutely insane. It's got to be the rapid fire here, which means the Drek. Oh my god. Guys, it's right there. Okay, someone picture. Guys, this awakening is broken. The Drekar is going to get rapid fire. They're just waiting, it seems, on the side of of Andreas here. I don't know. Maybe waiting so that the Juliet would still get something. They pick up the double speed here, which is not bad, but I think giving the Drekar rapid fire when you could have picked it up is rather scary. And on the back end, spec on the Dubu and size on the X. Now, do I think that could have been reversed and been a bit better? Yes, I'll be honest. Oh, and there's a goal. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are seeing some slips here with the strike shot. And also, Rimhujabs just found a power play of a banish on Abercrombie, who was lingering a bit too near the portal, it seems, the hole in the middle, it seems. And now, Istinto tries to catch them invisible, but doesn't quite get it. And now they are in the front, they are forming this offense. Jubu is trapped by their own ultimate, but it doesn't conclude in anything. Strike shot now clears it. Juno and Abercrombie trying to build up this offense. Abercrombie kinda in a dangerous position, but Istinto doesn't have access to the point. But now they do, and go to space time. It seems the ult just didn't reach the enemy, and Istinto gets a prize fighter stack and the power play. Now they're trying to utilize it. Rimhujabs has their burst. Maybe they will try to find the goal with it, but Abercrombie is back now, and Juno and Abercrombie will try an offense to take this barrier.
Yeah, it's Abercrombie taking quite low here. Gonna pop the evade, which means they're susceptible to all this damage from Istinto, and the power play continues here as they're working their way once again with this power play into finding a goal, hopefully. Jubu trying to hold strong on the defense. Nice strike from Juno, finds its way around the Atlas primary. But, you know, outside of whoever scores this goal, I think you've got to be scared if you're the side of low XP bar of this Juliet, who has built their way up to 3 prize fighter stacks and is just lurking for kills wherever she goes. But a snipe across map by the Atlas here gets it through.
Yeah, and this game is looking to be going to the Andreas side, but it is not over quite yet. Maybe with some adjustments and with an up like dominant offense with the burst on Juno, they can turn this game around. But Istinto also has it. Speaking of Istinto, they are off the map. They don't have no burst anymore, nor alive. Now, with the burst, they find the barrier with the power play. Now Juno and Abercrombie up front. They are dribbling. They're trying to find an open angle, but they cannot quite get there. Istinto now back on the field. But more importantly, so Istinto also lost 2 prize fighter stacks. With that, Jubu tries an angle from the back of the barrier, but doesn't quite find it, opening their own barrier. Now that the ult might have just been very unfortunate. Oh, it seems we have connection issues. Is it resolved? It seems it is, and we are going on.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, both these teams, it would be within their right to play the point out. If there were internet issues to cause some trouble. Great dash coming out from this rune here to avoid that whole X ultimate, but still a dicey situation here. Juno looking for some dribbles, but it's actually Abercrombie with the shotgun trying to prove that low XP bar are not out of this set, not out of this game, and just trying to get the work done here. Still, you know, a momentous task remains in front of them.
Yeah, and here we see again they are building up this offense in the corner, and Double comes out, just denies that thing, but Banish, fortunately the core wanders around Abercrombie enough for the Banish to not end up as a double pillar kill KO. Jubu now here with the burst, tries to save it. Istinto does preserves their burst for maybe a goal rather than a counter burst, and they do get the barrier with the dash. And now the burst comes out,
Oh,
but the pillars are all around and it bounces around but does not go in. Istinto, no energy with half HP. Juno now punching them out of the stage and maybe into a power play, and there it is. On the upside, we see some double shenanigans that fortunately doesn't end up in anything, but Juno uses their burst to unfortunately strike into an Atlas burst. Now 2 bursts on the side of Andreas. Should be able to defend them from this, and unfortunately the core finds its way to Rim Push-Ups, who just strikes it in for a victory on Andreas over the series.
yeah, Andreas finishing the series like they started it with a dominant 3-0 game in sets. Despite a valiant effort from Low XP Bar, that second game, such a great fight from them to get the win, as well as in this game, you know, despite it being a 3-0, I think deceptively close, very long points that came out, and yeah, a nice effort from them, despite being the lowest projected seed coming into the highest projected seed. They fought with great heart and great effort, but they will be knocked down to the losers semi-finals. They're not out just yet, they still have chances in this tournament, but for now it's going to be Andreas who are moving on in this tournament, going to face Bald Pregnant Men in the winners finals here, showing why they were the strongest team, or believed to be the strongest team going into this.
It is true, and I really want to congratulate the Low XP Bar. Again, as you said, they were the lowest projected seed, and the games they brought us and this whole series has been very entertaining, full of these twists and turns and these comebacks coming from every player, these individual performances from everyone. I think has been very impressive. It's been a very good show, and overall it has just been a joy to watch. And I am curious to see more of this tournament and what Andreas will do moving forward, and if they will change anything, or, you know, as you said, maybe just don't touch something if it's not broken, even though it did show a bit of cracks in the series as they lost the second match, which was their first loss.
Yeah, certainly. And we will be throwing to a quick break, but we'll be back shortly with more Clarion Corp Trials final selection, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope that you all got some, you know, your new snacks. You refreshed up on everything as we are hit with another, I hope, as hype match as before, and maybe even better, with Andreas back in the stream against this time Bald Pregnant Man. You know, you liked these names, so I guess we got more of them. Bald Pregnant Man opposing Andreas here. They advanced, sorry, by beating out lesbian LARPers in their winners semi-final. Now in the winners final against Andreas. As we see the drafts here, we can see Goto Space Time sticking to their guns again. Adobo pick, as long as it's not denied, they do seem very fond of that pick. But this time we actually see that the roles are maybe swapped around if they will be picking who they are showing to pick. Andreas is flipping the rules around again. Maybe they like that rune midfield from remove jobs, and now are leaning on Aimi on the night market alongside Istintos, first different pick. I believe, no, actually they also played Juliet, but the pick that I know them from, Rasmus. And the other team, I'll pass it on to SMG.
Yeah, on the other side, we've got the Bald Pregnant Man. This is a bit of a grudge match for anyone who watched the first selection. These two teams did face in the final round of Swiss, and Andreas did get the better of Bald Pregnant Man 3-1, I believe. So we'll have to see if that rings true in a BO3 setting. Interesting picks here. I think the Juliet and the Octavia are really nice picks on this map. Depending on how well they're able to survive, honestly, on this Octavia. As well as this Kazan, I'm a big fan of it on this map too. So a bit of an unconventional perhaps comp, but I really like it if Umbre is able to pilot the Kazan, which I believe we've seen him be able to do. I think this is a really solid draft for the side of Bald Pregnant Man. But I also think that this more conventional, Dubu, Aimi, Rasmus comp for the side of Andreas is just as strong.
Yeah, it's strong, and now we see an attack on the corner followed by the sentry, but a lot of damage is dished out to remove jobs while they were on this offense, which they unfortunately didn't get much of, and Sloan ZZ finishes it off with a dash punch as Volstart here takes the barrier that was remaining from Goto Spacetime, and now Istinto trying to help Goto Spacetime in defense. Goto Spacetime with their burst, gonna be holding this down, but Volstart maybe looking to use their burst for the goal, but actually they just used it trying to avoid something, and unfortunately it is wasted, but the angle nonetheless was found by Sloan ZZ towards the bottom corner, and they just slam it in there.
Yeah, very nice first point here, and yeah, already signs of a stronger fight here from the Bald Pregnant Man. Umbre has worked his way up to a flip, as well as the enemy goalie, Istinto and Sloan a bit far behind, but still catching up. Flip comes out here though, but it's quite a decent way away from that barrier. Sloan looks for a dash punch, a bit of a thumbs up, maybe a bit of BM here coming out from Remove Jobs. I think that was never going to hit me, as he looks for some more damage onto Istinto, who is quite low, and Kazan as a goalie, doesn't tend to do a ton of damage, I would say, but definitely has good kill confirm. It can be annoying for a forward who's low, so if that comes into play, could be a big factor in this game, as Sloan finding that first, or rather second barrier, and now with the flip, they're certainly going to be working their way towards the goal, trying to find their second one of the set.
Yeah, as we say that Wolves are using their abilities here on the top corner, but unfortunately cannot find the angle. And we see Goto Spacetime holding it. The burst used by Sloan, and the double ultimate holds it, but not themselves, as Sloan's dash punch ends up sending them off. And then, within the ultimate, the core just doesn't go away, and Sloan is able to strike it from Istinto into the net.
Honestly, worth it. If your flip doesn't score the goal straight away, but you use it to flip to kill the goalie instead, I mean that's instilling fear, okay? And that's what you need in the forward goalie matchup, to get the mental edge. Looking for a kill here, Istinto lucky to get away with that one, if we're being honest. As looking for some passing plays between the back line, he still manages to live though. I think Wolfsart probably could have used that Octavia ultimate to try and get the kill on Istinto, who's still low stagger, low energy, and in danger here from this Kazan, I'm sure. Looking for a hook maybe, doesn't quite hit this Rasmus, but he's just been bullied this whole game, which is something that Andreas have been doing to opposing halves and sides. So a bit of a change of pace, and we'll have to see how well they're able to adjust to this new state of play.
Right, and we see that the goalie orb is preserved for Istinto here, as they do very much need it. They are also playing it very defensively here, trying to get out of this corner, maybe find their own offense, but Istinto getting mauled by enemies' offenses, and Rimujab seems to be looking for a play from a pass, but unfortunately that pass is not there, it doesn't arrive, and the pass from the middle, Wolfsart finds Sloan, but doesn't conclude in a goal, and Istinto tries to linger in the front line. Now they find the corner, so maybe from this they can get the corner. Sloan misses their dash punch, but they do have their burst, which is very dangerous right now in this corner. Dubolt blocks out that danger, and now they are looking for a play on the bottom side of the map, it seems. And Sloan hits it, but Goto saves it. The burst is now used, the counter burst, the strike saves it from the line. Goto space time holds it through. Rimujab's really playing it defensively with their goalie, standing side by side here. And now they're trying to get damage on Sloan, maybe get some damage play back on them, dash punch, doesn't find the goal, and Istinto now trying to make something happen in the forward, get the barricade, and maybe get this comeback in this set.
Yeah, oh wow, and that was a great glitch pop to cover General Umbre's clear there. I think we've definitely been seeing this team player on both goalies come into major play here. I'm kind of curious why the Octavia opted for Spec over team player. I honestly think that team player would have been a better option for her. I think Spec actually tends to knock people out of the ult, which isn't really what you want. But regardless, perhaps it being on the Kazan is enough danger, and Sloan showing how dangerous that dash punch can be with a nice pass by Wolfsart setting it up, and a very dominant 3-0 set here by the Bold Pregnant Man, where Sloan is going to be rewarded with the first pick here on the Juliet. Kind of unlucky though that I think this dude is probably going to get a rapid fire. Maybe can get the spark build going is nice after a win, or just the size, which is fair enough.
Yeah, and we see, again, as you said, rapid fire being taken here, the size on Umbre, which they seem to be making very good use of. And as we see here, explosive entrance on the side of Aimi, Rimujab's, Andres maybe looking for some KOs into this Octavia, as you mentioned. And we can see here the Octavia opts for missile propulsion rather than Berserker, so as rather than anything else, seeing that they are looking to put damage on the board as well. And yeah, we can see here that Rimujabs actually gets taken out by Sloan. Dash punch. Istinto now without energy. They have no way of countering Sloan, and Sloan just takes the double KO. This power play might just be the source for this goal. But Rimujabs is back, but unfortunately, not unfortunately, but right on the line. Go to space time, finds the strike, but unfortunately they do not find where to strike. As yeah, they are quite, locked out of many options, if there any was that do save them in that position.
Yeah, and just the pummeler's move speed proving to be too much, and it's providing so much value for Sloan so far in this game. Seems like in this set it's just been a perpetual power play, as Istinto holding it down well for all he can do right now, keeping the ball in the middle of the field and actually possibly starting an offense for them. And no barrier found just yet though, as he is killed, and a double barrier is found off a crazy bounce in the middle, and it just seems like Sloan is absolutely running this lobby right now.
Yeah, that special training, that build difference with the pummelers just picks up so many KOs near the corner, where Istinto and Rimujabs maybe mismanaging their energy a bit, evading too early or too late, and when they are left with none, well, there is no escape from that Juliet ult, who is, really building into that ult. And yeah, just another one with combined move from Wolfsart and Sloan, picking up that another KO, and try at a dribble from Goto space time, but Sloan sees it through with their dash and forces them to use their burst here. But both players are found on Umbre here. So maybe Istinto can make something happen here. Rimujabs is also here to support with the sentry. with the glitch pop maybe, but the strike just doesn't quite find it. Goto space time now as they try to set up another attack to get their first goal in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too, it's too early to rule them out already. You know, Andreas, a team that we've seen already is comfortable from behind and can make a comeback. Looking like everyone's in a bit of a stalemate. Although, guys, even if someone's lagging, you play the point out until the next one, and then you can stop. But Sloan looking for something on the bottom side there. Maybe it was a kill, but finds the barrier, which is a trade I'm sure they're fine with. Look for the flip, but flip in the corner from that far against the Dubu, not particularly threatening. That flip a bit scarier, but still, I think they've got to just play a bit more patiently, not get too in their heads about the fact that they are one goal away from taking this set. And just play those flips more wisely. Unfortunate strike there was reacted to as go off space time is taken off the field despite a valiant clearance from them. And it's just looking rough here with the team player. Everything just absolutely being launched by the Kazan here to the forwards. And eventually I think the defense will crumble. Nice strike from Rim who jobs, but an awkward bounce tests them. Still holding strong as the Kazan once more trying to launch something forward into the hands of this Juliet, who's just lurking in the middle currently, trying for a dash punch there, nothing found. Means a bit of breathing room for the Dubu and the cooldown advantage, as the Octavia ultimate going to be tricky for this side of Andreas to break through, but still no one really getting the ball much too far past the midfield as Swift is forced out of General Umbre here, and still ball just traipsing around Istinto. Best chance anyone's had, but flips from too far I think, and still once again in this neutral state as Sloan, the one building up their way up to the flip now, trying to march their way up the bottom, but Istinto receives a great pass and shoots the ball top side for their first goal of the series.
Yeah, I have a feeling we'll see the core a lot of the times red in this match with Kazan team player and just in general team player being around. Maybe a bit less on the side of both pregnant men and more than Andreas, because neither midfield took team player, excuse me. And we can see here Istinto ran out of energy, so Sloan, you can see, is just like a bird of prey. They are looking to ult, but the ult is missed. Istinto escapes it with the speed from the middle. Wolfsard's secondary also gets stalled out, but of all these, they are still building up on offense. Both pregnant men looking for this goal, looking to maybe conclude the set, but Istinto now trying to make plays happen and remove jobs. Maybe a bit behind, and Sloan just gets the core, gets the opportunity to set up, and if they have that opportunity, you know damn well they are going to dash and punch their way into the net.
Yeah, and so that was great awareness there of the mid-speeds respawn, and a team that is able to dominate that just has a major advantage on this map. Being able to guarantee that at any moment when it pops, at least one of your members is going to benefit is huge. Going to be the peak performance picked up here. Honestly, I think this might have been the moment to gamble and say, hey, I'm taking prize. I keep farming these guys. Just let me stack up my 200 power. But still, of course, peak performance, a strong awakening on anyone. The dude we're going to pick up Fight or Flight, I think, as a deny to this Octavia, which means that this Octavia and the Kazan going to both get sparks. Kazan getting a bit more power into his strikes, which have been so strong already in the overtime. And it's actually going to be prize fighter going onto the Rasmus, and this rather onto the Imi, and the Rasmus getting the Timeless Creator, which I think is probably the stinker pick of the draft there.
Yeah, for sure. I was maybe hoping to see Timeless Creator on Imi, which, because I do believe that maybe the prize fighter could be used inside of Rasmus, but seeing as how the awakenings and the game is being played out, perhaps Remove Jobs is the better candidate for that awakening. And yeah, we can see a straight shot, slips away, opens the barrier, and Wolfsard with their ultimate finds a kill on Istinto, and Sloan is looking for another kill with their special, but Wolfsard is more so determined on a goal it seems, and now they are closing in Rimhu jobs, but unfortunately they aren't able to intercept the pass, and Sloan just finds the right angle to pass it to the bottom, and General Umbre holding their burst to hold off all offenses that Team Andres is hoping to protect here. Troops into forward.
And in the defense, just too fast, I think, or rather the offense. Rimmer Jobs picked a speed gear for the first time, but when they're in, their goal net, they don't have that mag soul speed. So while Sloan has that pummeler's move speed off the kill, and Wolfsart is Octavia, Rimmer Jobs is just kind of a target dummy to pass around for this front line, and they just need to focus so much on not getting killed because it's providing too much value for Sloan and Wolfstar on the offense so far.
Yeah, and we can see here, Sinto is hoping for something in the front, but it just doesn't find its way to him. And yeah, now they're out of energy, and what a synergy using Octavia's stagger with the ultimate to just punch Sinto off the field and remove Jobs. Maybe having a bit of difficulties here with the connection as they do stand here and there, but yeah, with the power play, it is just too much for them to handle. With the speed in the middle, yeah, as you said, it just contributes so much. And now, with the final point, this is final point for the side of Bold Pregnant Man, and they are all, both of their members, the goalie and Sloan, has the burst. Speaking of that burst, it is used to open the second barrier, as the first one found early. And Wolfsart uses their ultimate to once again take out Stinto, and they have their burst of their own. So they are hoping to make this probably curtains, and they use the burst, but in a very interesting way. Sloan now enters the field in the corner, but they don't quite find the angle. Rebujabs covers that ground. Umbre now using their burst straight into the net, maybe hoping for something, but a slick primary from Wolfsart pushes it into the net, into the corner, and wins them the match.
Utter dominance here from Bull Pregnant Man. I think that was 9-1. If you look at the levels, I mean, Estinto level 5 here. The enemy team, other than General Umbre, level 10. And just through and through, I think Sloan's got to be your MVP of this one. Yeah, it was a 9-1 game. Found 8 kills in a 15-minute game. So much damage, so many goals alongside that. And was just permanently putting on pressure to make this Dubu that I thought was looking really strong, in the previous series, seem like light work to make their way through. And looking like a pick that is going to have to be considered for banning here, I think, from Andreas. I mean, of course, it was Night Market, which is certainly one of Juliet's best maps. But still, it was just dicing up the barriers, dicing up the forwards, finding so many kills. And I think the backline weren't under too much pressure as a result of those power plays, but still played it really nicely. General Umbre making great use of the team player in those open net situations and overtime. And Wolfsart trying to get the ball moving forward, making use of the speed and the ultimates to get some kills to their name as well. So yeah, just very impressive showing here from the side of Bold Pregnant Man.
It indeed was very impressive. We saw, we started this stream with, again, saying Andreas is a great team. It really is. They are the favorite, and they went with ETOS. As you said, they also matched before, and they were the winners from that game. But now we see that maybe Bold Pregnant Man studied, their maps, or maybe just had, they locked in this match. They warmed up and, yeah, just laid it out all out there. Andreas, I do believe that maybe they weren't too comfortable with the map choice of Night Market. Maybe the opponent had prepared better for it. And I do, in Taiko, we have seen them, and I do think that, their first game was on Taiko, and they showed us a dominant win. So maybe now, with this ground, they can really push it back and do a dominant showing of their own, and conclude us into a final game where, both these forces match. I hope, at least.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we've seen already just in the stream alone that Andreas are comfortable from behind and they can make a comeback. Now, of course, in the previous series, they won the first game. We haven't seen them be one game away from a loss, but we saw them in tight spots and we saw them come back and deliver when it mattered most. So yeah, I'm curious to see if they're able to do it again. And it's going to be on Taiko Temple this time, the map where they were able to get the 9-2 victory in the previous game. So we'll have to see. It's looking like an Atlas ban from the Bold Pregnant Men, which I believe, interestingly enough, was what was banned by Andreas in the previous game. So both teams just not wanting to play into the Atlas, depending on what side they're on, I assume. But now just waiting on Andreas to lock in their ban too. I think that the Juliet is probably a wise ban. Taiko Temple, not the same as Night Market, but similar themes, I would say. Two rather similar maps, so that could be an option for a ban certainly.
Certainly. And yeah, Taiko, like, you can maybe prey on the drums or that you bounce off them, but they can be very well used against you as well. And Juliet is certainly not a bad pick in that map. And seeing as how dominant Sloan was in this game, that maybe they want to push that away. Maybe they just don't want to deal with all the chaos, the power plays, and they want to weaponize something of their own. And if that is the case, maybe they return to their pick of double melee comps. Maybe that serves them better, and they think they can make it work with Taiko. We will see how they adapt, and I do certainly think that they have the guns for it.
Yeah, it's actually going to be a Kazan ban. So not wanting to let General Umbre play that. I think possibly their plan going into this was to ban the Atlas away from him, but seeing as the enemy team had banned the Atlas, they said, okay, we're going to full commit to denying your picks, Umbre, in the net, and we're going to deny the Kazan as well. And concluding that that was the problematic character for them going into that. So we'll have to see. Umbre once again hovering Zentaro. I wonder if that will be something they'll pick up. Looks like a Kai hover here, Dubu hover for Wolfstar, and Rasmus for Sloan. But I would just love to see Sloan play the Julie again, honestly. I think it's a good map for it, like I said, and it was cooking. So we'll have to see how things are going to switch up. I would also love if Wolfstar actually commits to this Dubu pick. I'm a big fan of Dubu on maps like Taiko, Night Market. And it actually is. You love to see it. I hope it is in the midfield. And I hope they know how to play it. They slam into the corners, just play that beautiful corner offense, and pick the Juliet with it. I mean, I'm loving this comp. I'm biased, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this comp is just very strong, and they have shown that they are capable of using it, utilizing it. What I am concerned is, as you pointed out, Dubu, if they know how to play it. Wolfsart in the game before this played Octavia, a very speed-focused midfielder. So I am hoping to see that they can adjust to Dubu's a more steady but slower approach. And on the opposing side, we see Istinto is back on their picks. We see Rim Hujabs is back on their pick. And Lotto Spacetime actually, without their Dubu, altered to Mako, or Mako, sorry. And yeah, we just see them go say, like, this worked before, and we can make it work again. We know this map, and yeah, we can see them fully doing so as they take both barriers and their goal from Umbre quite fastly, 16 seconds as the first goal. They are saying, no, that dominant show was not, the Last of Us. We will preserve, and they will push back, and I am excited to see it. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I think a lot of playing Doom in midfield relies on your team knowing how to set it up. Sloan's got to cover this out clear. I think Umbre's got to walk up a bit and try and get behind the Dubu and just feed it to him, because if Dubu is covering the out clear in the middle, he's kind of useless. So you got to know how to use it. You can't really play your cooldowns from range, but he is the king of those 1v1 interactions, and it's just going to be a nightmare if they set it up correctly to get through in the middle of the map. It's looking like already though some damage coming out onto him, which can be a weakness of his, and 3 flips with triple fire up on the side of Andreas is a very scary affair for Umbre to be in, especially if your midfield is taken off the map. I think for now, honestly, they just need to use these flips wisely. They don't need to use another one, if I'm being honest. They have the move speed. They've just got to play it patiently in this power play and try not to overcommit the energy, because I think in these Clarion Corp Trials games, the energy usage is a really big factor, and it is winning or losing games for a lot of teams.
Ooh, and what an angle found by Istinto right into the top corner from the middle ramp. Yeah, they, as you said, it would have been nice for them to preserve it but if you find such an angle, you should go for it, I think. And yeah, we can see here that Andres is back with their usual play, just lay out the damage, use that to their advantage, especially in a game with triple fire up. That's like, energy will be such a big deal here, as if anyone gets to use weapon, What an own barrier, getting both of them with that angle. Hombre, what an unfortunate strike. From what I'm assuming was a trial at a pass at Wolfsart. Might just be their end, but it does seem that they are holding on to it. Sloan now up and going with their burst. You know, with the speed from Fire Up, it could really turn the things around. Umbre also has their burst. Whereas Andres has used up all their bursts, and the enemy team is looking scary. Speaking of bursts, Sloan uses theirs to kill, now getting not only the pummeler speed, but also the Fire Up. With this power play, they might just seal it. Wolfsart also uses their burst, takes up the second barrier, and Umbre now here will be contributing to the offense, but what a red core, straight to Instinto, and Instinto marks it straight to the bottom corner. Unfortunately, all the power play doesn't find a goal.
A nice attempt, and I must say, I don't know if the delay of the flip by Sloan was intentional, but they made sure, if it was on purpose, that that whoever they killed was not in an angle where they would just bounce off the drum. Is Sinto going to be rewarded here with the explosive entrance first pick? One of, if not Zen's best awakening, depending on who you ask. Dubu going to pick up the Timeless Creator here. I think should have picked up Size, if I'm being honest here. Timeless, it's alright. It's better, I think, on forward than on goalie. Just to keep that ult in the corner for longer. But I think just getting big and denying the Rasmus maybe would have been a bit better. General Umbre getting some move speed. And some cooldown reduction for Mako I think is very nice, especially to pick up Sparks on a winning set is always very nice.
Yeah, exactly, and we see here, again, Andreas is continuing their offense, taking a barrier here, and defending quite nicely, again with Instinto on that midfield Zentaro pick that they seem to be very comfortable on. But now they get heavily damaged, and the evade, unfortunately, ends right as Juliet will hit the big one. And yeah, Instinto got damaged a lot here, but they did recover their Instinto from the goalie zone. And now they are up and going on the offense. Rim Hujabs tries an offense with the Death Touch, but doesn't quite find it. Sloan on Instinto strikes, tries to make sure that they don't do much to their team. They are trying to get Instinto. Umbre, what a dash, what an eject button run. Getting the first barrier and helping the second one as well. And now Umbre again will be walking up but walking backwards. And now Sloan and Wolfsart in this offense will find the gap and just mark it in there. Very nicely played by all the team.
Yeah, nice offense, but I gotta say, for both these teams, listen, Fire Up is cool, and when you get the flip and you're like, oh my god, I'm gonna get speed, it's really fun. But you just gotta chill out with the flips. You gotta use them a bit more patiently. And if you spread them out, you get so much value from the Fire Up, continuous move speed. That's a flip taken off the field that was in the hands of Instinto, which means that Sloan gonna pick up that Pummeler's move speed here, and they're all kind of advancing for this attack, but nothing really able to be set up, and Instinto given a chance to respawn here, looking like they're probably actually gonna break this barrier first, unless there's a miracle hold. This unfortunate Timeless Creator Dubu ultimate lasted a bit too long for them to be able to hold that first barrier.
Yeah, now we see Sloan bouncing around, but they don't quite go out. And yeah, they will find the orb on the goalie arc of the opposing team. And yeah, they just aren't going out. Sloan is surviving here, holding themselves in the middle ground. Wolfsart holding the upside, just, you know, taking their time, setting this up. And now they're going up, but Sloan finally and unfortunately goes off. And now burst being used from all sides. Wolfsart, that double was quite dangerous, but doesn't end in any tragedies. And now they are setting up this defense. Umbre trying to hold it down and will do so against Instinto's advances. And now, yeah, they are holding this down and hopefully building up to an offense on the bottom side, but now they turn it on the upside. Sloan remains on the bottom, looks for a side swap that maybe they can develop on. But yeah, it is quite unfortunately not found. And yeah, now they're holding defense. Sloan does progress further, very close to a double barrier, but doesn't quite find it. Now they find themselves with no HP and no energy once again. The Team Andreas' offenses are quite set, as it was in the previous set. And now, on the brink, they save it, but they paid for it with their life, Umbre. And now, power play Sloan also very close to going off, but it is not quite found until Rimujabs comes in and clears the job with their burst.
Yeah, that whole point was madness. I don't know, that the Dubu wall is just bouncing the ball back into their net. Umbre, with so much move speed, was barely able to catch the core, but eventually Andreas were the ones that kept composed and found the goal off their power play here. First barrier drops for them though, as Sloan looking for a dash punch on the top side, unable to find it quite yet. And Istinto able to break that first barrier as well. Sloan once again trying to work on the Mako, which I think has looked a lot better than the Dubu in this 1v1 matchup versus the Juliet. Possibly just a more comfortable character for Ghost of Spacetime in this matchup. Yeah, it's just looking like every time Sloan's looking for an attack, Ghost of Spacetime has a cooldown to try and deny it. Istinto given the ball, given the flip, and given the goal to take them one goal away from taking these first two sets.
Yeah, they were, staggered. They took their HP, but they, bit down. They said, I'm keeping this burst. I know my team will get it to me, and they were rewarded for it. Now we see again Umbre builds up the burst, and Sloan also has theirs, but God of Spacetime is also building up to it. And now we see Wolfsard and Sloan holding this bottom, but an unfortunate bounce with its speed gets also Umbre's second barrier, opening up Bolt Pregnant's Man goal, but with that drum, it just, the speed builds up and goes in. Istinto tries to save it, but doesn't quite find it, and it unfortunately does go in. And now, yeah, with all their bursts ready, I do think Bolt Pregnant Man will be looking to get this set and get their foot back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side, there is still, a couple flips that are close to being built up to, and ultimately we've seen in this game, what matters more is how you use them. So if Rimujabs is able to break this barrier, which he is not, it would have been quite nice for them. They do still have that fire up speed, but still unable to break the barrier of Umbre, who held it down so nicely with just the strikes. Unfortunate duel again. But not punished for it this time, as we'll start working their way up the top side here. Sloan has a flip, maybe has an angle for a double barrier with it. Opts to actually just play it bottom side, as the enemy goalie has a flip of their own. Still a bit of a scary spot. I'm sure Sloan probably has eyes on a kill with this dash punch flip, I'm sure. But still, just for how much energy and how tense this point is, it's a bit uneventful. Unfortunate angle breaks the first barrier. Flip is found. Catches the goalie off guard, and a hook almost hooks it into their net, but it looks like Sloan has every opportunity here. Just a flip dash punch, didn't even need to hit, as that's a big win for Bold Pregnant Men, keeping themselves in this game.
Yeah, and what an exciting turn of events. All that, the hook that I thought was gonna go in, the burst and all that stuff. It really was just, like short amount of time. Great plays. But now, we see the aerials being taken on the side of Andres. Sorry,
Whoa!
Whoa!
Alright, that guy just took Spark away from. Guys, your teammate has Spark too. My bad. You can continue.
No, you're alright. I also was struck by that. I also want to know that maybe, like, I personally would have liked Chrono Boost on the Kai more, but seeing as how Umbre prefers to be on the back line, maybe, not World Cup much, I do think aerials for their playstyle is a better pick. Wolves are here now stuck with their own double fortress, and Spawn looking for the kills as always, and in that corner they find that barrier, and yeah, now I'm sure that without energy, Istinto will have targets on their back from maybe Sloan or maybe even Wolves or Umbre, and yeah, they are looking for those kills, but now Team Andres trying to build this offense. The pass found Istinto, but the Giga Blast deflected, and now in the top corner, Umbre, an unfortunate attempt at a dribble, opens their own barrier, but now Wolfsard tries to lock down the top side and does get the barrier. Now, God of Spacetime does have their burst to save this, but maybe it is one touch too late as Sloan's dash punch finds itself, punching the core in before God of Spacetime can quite save it with their burst.
Yeah, and that's a big swing, big loss, losing the flip, but also the fire up speed that you would have gotten. I mean, if you have, imagine, fire up speed from Micro Flip plus her secondary, I mean, these forwards would have been zooming Yeah, I'm still a bit shocked by the draft, if I'm being completely honest. There are a lot of things. I think these teams are both somewhat undervaluing the team player on midfield. I think definitely would have been a better pick than Deadeye on Dubu, as well as the Spark, where I think the Rasmus could have taken just the size and left it available for the Mako, who's stacking it up. But outside of that, it's looking once again like the side of Bold Penguin men are taking some command, especially with the damage. Umbre has a flip, it just barely kills. I mean, Instinto just rolled onto it. Honestly, I think would not have died had he not picked up Might of the Colossus. It was that close. But within this power play, the offense is actually just not able to find that final barrier. So nice hold by Goat Space Time.
Yeah, and yeah, we can see that
Oh no.
Umbre also holding it down, and Instinto is found dead as they got rolled on, and Goto Space Time this gets their burst back and does use it to save it. Does manage it this time, and Sloan but also have the burst. What a burst pass, but Volstart did not quite expect it, and therefore the Fortress kind of stopped its own advances. But Umbre holding this down as they try to build up, but now a top corner offense for the Andreas side. Umbre clears it, Goto Space Time holding on to it. And now yeah, we see they are on the back foot, and Sloan finds themselves with the core and then finds the angle to strike it right in.
Yeah, I think both these teams could benefit from some more patient play in these overtime situations. You've got to consider everyone on the pitch, apart from this guy, is a melee character. You know, Mako has the strike shot, sure, but essentially, if you're in an overtime situation and no one's particularly close to you, just take the patience, take the time to dribble and get your team the best chance you can find. I know the game can feel very fast-paced, but there is time for those moments. Scary spot though, as the flip was shut down by Wolfsart's slam, which means Instinto in a bit of a rough situation, as he has been throughout the series, I'd say, in terms of taking a lot of damage and in terms of being perhaps killed. Doesn't look for it, honestly. Leaving him unstaggered, no energy, without anything, might be even more annoying to deal with, as Sloan just moved up to the top side, found the flip, found the goal. Completely clinical set here by the side of Bold Pregnant Man. And this Juliet certainly rewarded here, has options for bulk up, heavy impact, I'd say are the best choices, but there's also the spec, which looked really strong in the previous one, and is just going to opt to pick it up. Interesting to see. Hot shot here for the Mako, I think makes a lot of sense. Nice pick. I think Instinto has to hope for the bulk up, but it's actually taken away. I'm not so sure about that. I think Instinto had been taking a bit of damage, would have liked to have it. Picks the Knife's Edge, where I think he should have taken Berserker. Knife's Edge, I don't think too great as an awakening, and when you're taking a lot of damage, especially on a character like Zen, you can dish out a bunch of damage and get your cooldowns back really fast with the Berserker. So I think that would have been a nicer pickup for us.
I do think Berserker is perhaps undervalued. While it is not the best awakening out there, it is in situations like these a very nice pick, and I would definitely say it would benefit them more than Knife's Edge, because, well, it's Knife's Edge, it is not the greatest, but it does benefit them. I do think Berserker is better. I think it's mostly because of its late addition, but getting back to Cape, what a try with the Giga Blast, but it is saved. And yeah, Wolfstart here holding it down alongside Umbre. Sloan tries to build up, tries to dribble, and uses their ultimate very close to a kill, but doesn't quite get it, doesn't use their burst. And now Wolfstart instead goes for it. And now Sloan, but both of the burst does not find their goals, doesn't get in there, and now they are keeping on this trial. They are not letting it go, and eventually the core finds the top corner, and unfortunately Andres is not able to clear it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hey Sloan, you know, honestly, I like that you held the flip there. You know, your team had the pressure, you didn't really need to use it, but then they both just slammed the flip. You kind of tend to, oh my god, the Giga Blast killed. Wow, that's crazy, the heavy impact making the difference maker, I guess. But yeah, just a power play instantly found. I was gonna say, you know, flips tend to come out in bursts, no pun intended. One person uses them and then everyone else kind of feels compelled to. But I did like to see the thought process of holding that flip. Another nice Giga Blast, even if it didn't break the barrier. Gonna do some damage and get a hit stun, but great strike clearing here and a great clear from Go Space Time actually means that despite so much pressure, they're just holding this barrier down somehow.
Yeah, it is quite the hold, especially with the, in that top corner they were held for so long. Yeah, I was very afraid that the fortress was going to, mark that barrier for an end, but it does not. And now, on side of, and they almost find the barrier, Istinto with the primary, but Umbre uses their burst, and now is trying to find an advantage with their speed from Fire Up, and Sloan now, proceeding with it and just building up, but the burst is wasted. As they do still get the speed from it, but unfortunately they aren't able to find a use for it. Wolfstart, however, still has the burst, so maybe they are looking for that to end this, get their goal. Sorry, and yeah, but Wolfstart also uses their burst in defense, and yeah, they are just now left without their guns, but they do not need bursts if they have good passing and a good strike, it seems.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, all the flips coming out here, everyone low energy, but at the end of the day, it's been the conversion rate of Bald Pregnant Man that after a rocky start to this match, they've come back and have been winning set after set and looking to find this last goal, all they need to confirm themselves into the winners finals here. Sloan breaks that first barrier, looking for the second. That was a great barrage out by Umbre that just manages to reach by the very edge of that aerial's range, and now all that remains is this open net. All that remains is the Mako in front of them. Sloan trying to find the pass to the bottom. Nothing found just yet. A nice clear from Umbre, trying to work their way up. This Juliet is caged, but the Dubu trying to fly down the bottom side here. Nice hook means that Jobs got the ball, but it's just a dash punch. Gonna get the ball up. A nice pass from Wolfstart sets it up, and yeah, just dominance here from Bald Pregnant Men. I thought this one would be closer, or if anything, a stomp in favor of Andreas, but just showing their pedigree, showing diversity of picks. I love to see on the midfield of Wolfstart as well as on Umbre. Both, played a very melee character and a haste speedy character. And Sloan, I mean, just my MVP of this series, to be honest. Played only one character, but played it to perfection. On the Juliet was certainly cooking. And yeah, despite that, Andreas, very valiant effort, and they'll be, back. Hopefully, we'll see them again from the losers' side. But for now, it's the Bald Pregnant Men who took this one.
Yeah, it does seem that they will get pushed into losers bracket and maybe have a rematch with their low XP bars, and who comes out of that. That's gonna be very curious. And yeah, I mean, Juliet just totally ran this match, and besides that, we can clearly say that the Bold Pregnant Men were pretty good at pushing the ball forward, appropriate to their name, and perhaps being bold gives them aerodynamics for the speed. Who knows? But besides from all that, both teams played it very well. It was a dominant show in the favor of Bold Pregnant Men that maybe they will be able to repeat, and they, I'm sure, hope to in the grand finals. And the next thing to look forward to is who will come out of the losers bracket, who will be the one to challenge them and this dominant show.
Yeah, that's gonna be all from us for now, though. We will be going to a quick break, after which we'll be streaming the losers final. This will be a bit longer of a wait, but we will be back shortly with the losers finals and the grand finals, so don't go anywhere for too long, where we'll see the winner of Low XP Bar and Lesbian LARPers play against Andreas. Lend us your power. So yeah, that's been it for us. We'll see you later then.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're at the business end of things here. We've hit winners losers final of Clarion Corp Trials number 3. We've got a bit of a rematch of the winners semi between Andreas Lend Us Your Power and Low XP Bar. Knowers know that was a bit of a tight game, a 2-1 series, and now Andreas Lend Us Your XP Bar, Andreas Lend Us Your Power and Low XP Bar meeting once again for another shot at the people's team, the Bald Pregnant Men. If I'm not mistaken, what our first map is Tycho, and then heading into Clarion, then heading into Night Market. So that could be a lot of creation slop, but we'll see how these drafts turn out.
Yeah, and yeah, obviously, like I said, Techo, very big, very much a big creation map. And yeah, I mean, if you're low XP bar here, you want to get your run back, get your chance at top team, and if you're Andreas, lend us your power. They have lost the ball pregnant man, but you want to get your run back, and this is their opportunity to. We see Kazan and Juno banned here, which very interesting bans on this map. I feel like Kazan isn't very strong on this map, at least compared to like your more traditional brawlers. And the Dubu first pick, we are most certainly on Taiko. But yeah, it feels like Kazan isn't like a crazy strong pick here. Juno makes a bit more sense, but Kazan is one of those characters that can just take over a game, and it is definitely something to be scared of.
My instinct is, given that this is a low elo tournament, I assume it's probably a comfort pick ban, unless there's some like evil awakening that I'm just not privy to. My guess was that would be that Kazan is just very potent in the hands of one of these strikers. But I guess that's speculation. We'll have to wait for another day, because here we go. We are getting into things, both teams with their tournament lives on the line, fighting for this spot, this second shot at the Bald Pregnant Men. We get into things. See who wins possession here off of this first kickoff. No ability expended. Sinto loses the strike ward, but gets it through off of the primary. That said, Juno's able to establish some control in the middle of the park and knock it through with primary of their own, taking the first barrier off of good of space-time and putting this blue side up to a good start. But now it seems we're entering a bit more of a lull, and the player's possession is funneled into a sit now.
Yeah, this is kind of the thing that you have with the double melee goals. You don't care about your first barrier. That second one, though, Evercrombie does take away. And this is a very strong start here from low XP bar. The double midfield comp pretty much on this hot shot start. There's so much core possession, so much speed. It is so dangerous here. But on the other side here, Andreas, Rimhu Jobs pushing forward. The double brawler, it's actually double brawler versus double midfield, which is very interesting comp to see here. Core possession versus the absolute pressure of the double brawler.
Rimhu Jobs winning key interaction in the middle of the park there, and a bit of chaos off of the Sinto's ult is enough to break that second barrier down. Open nets for both goalies. The situation could be getting a little tenuous here. Sinto doing his best to work the core up the field. He gets the kill off of the flip, establishing a power play, but Rimhu Jobs loses possession of the core. Juno with a good defense. That was not so good, though. The flip is down, but the Crystal Thorns are enough to buy enough time and knock that ball clear to re-establish 3 apiece for both sides. Now, as we tick into overtime, the core speed is tricky. No one's able to get a hold of the ball, but a bit of an errant flowchart from Jubu is enough for that ball to trickle in, and the first point does notch on the board for Andreas.
Yeah, and just the Dubu roll getting tanked and just barely not able to reach with that flip. And it really is just a battle of which goalie's going to break first, right? Obviously, both Goat and Space Time and Jubu are very confident on these melee goalie picks, and it's definitely being shown here. But Juno and Evercrombie have just done such a good job of taking the second barrier early, and that might end. I think that will be one of the bigger difference makers as time goes on, and Juno finds the piercing shot past Goat of Space Time for a very fast bounce back point.
Good recovery there. Both teams coming to play, at least on the onset here. Another kickoff in bot lane. One out by Jacinto, but Evercrombie's doing a good job to get into place and snub out any burgeoning offense that may have come from that. That said, Jacinto once again gets it done and also gets saved by the Taiko drum. That is huge, because this is a Zentaro nearing flip. couple more redirects will get him there. Instead, opts for the orb to that same effect. We've got 2 flips on the field for low XP bar. They might be looking to rip them soon, but Sinter showing some discretion, not wanting to blow it into a Dubu with full kit just yet. Up on the other side of the field, Juno and Abercrombie once again go to Space Time's barrier open, but lose possession of the ball later down the line. But that said, Crombie teleports into the right place at the right time to tap that past Space Time, and is now set point for low XP bar.
I feel like Crombie just had like a perfect point. The glitch swap like into the barrier, and then the perfect blink through go to Space Time. It feels like Crombie's just done such a good job at using this relentless pressure that Juno's been able to get them. And the flip is burnt here early, but they still do have one more flip. Rim Who Drops almost gets it with the Death Touch, but not quite enough as the Goku Fortress kind of holds things down for now.
Rimhu Jobs did a good job to negotiate it down and around that Aimi turret. A little bit of a misplay from Jubu means that that second barrier gets lost, but Juno is back in time to assuage the situation. Walks with the core, but opts to rip an early flip into a bit of a dangle to take that first barrier off and go to Space Time. The second one falls in tow, meaning it is once again open nets for both goalies. Should be doing a bit of preemptive goalkeeping there to get the ball out in front of Jacinto, but that is the Dubu Classic right there. Jacinto graciously capitalizing off of the slightly whiffed roll to even the scores here and take us to a very early 0.5.
Yeah, just barely missing out on the roll, and it really does feel like whoever loses this final barrier is just in so much danger. Whoever loses it first, the pressure is so relentless here though from the XP bar. The flip is able to hold things for now as the offense is still continuing to push. Abercrombie and Juno continuing to push up the strike shot from Jubu, keeping the pressure, but slowly Andreas is fighting back here and able to get the first barrier. Maybe can get a second here. The flip is forced to be expensed by both goalies, and a scary strike. Not quite gonna get punished for it. Actually gonna end up benefiting Andreas here, and Crombie, Jubu trying their best to hold it down. Every cooldown is being burnt, and the offense is still just relentless here.
And there we go. Deal sealed by Jacinto and Team Andreas lend us your power. Bit of chaos, especially on those last 2 goals, but it was enough to get it done. We see this entire rewarded worth the pole position in draft. A lot of the good awakenings for a lot of different parties involved here. It'll be interesting to see how the draft shakes up. The FOF does go the way of Zentaro. Very understandable pickup, followed up by an M-Prop, probably half benefit, half deny, taking it from this Atlas who instead opts for Siege Machine. Jubu being a bit slow to deliberate here. Rasmus picking up the spec training over the size, interestingly enough, which affords the size to Dubu, and then left with the dregs. Yeah, Abercrombie opts for the tempo.
Yeah, this was a really weird draft, right? Like, Estelle was second pick, but she really didn't have anything good for her. So, like, the missile prop is still fine. It's still a deny from your Atlas, but then your Dubu just, like, doesn't get Siege Machine. Thankfully, it's able to get the size with Rim Who Drops going for the spec training. So, kind of interesting to see that draft play out. It feels like the winners were most certainly low XP bar. I feel like this draft is still extremely good for them, especially Jubu getting size. I think will be a really big difference maker in the tides of this game.
I was a little confused about the size, or rather Rim Who Jobs letting the size fall to Jubu, just because, I mean, if anyone's been watching either of the LANs recently, size Dubu has low-key been a win con in like a lot of those games. And maybe that'll manifest here as well. But in the meantime, neither team able to find an initial breakthrough. Sinto taken very low, which allows some offense to develop up on the other side of the pitch. Juno is unable to tap that thing home just yet though, but go to Space Time should be down most cooldowns bar the primary, and that could be bad for Juno. What an angle from Jacinto, but it just doesn't matter because the Tycho barriers just immediately evaporate all his hard work with a bit of angular bullshit, but you know what, it's all good. That's just 1 point.
I mean, an incredible find there, but then Juno immediately recognizing the instant counterattack and is just able to immediately convert. That's kind of the issue with these splits sometimes. You may be able to take the barrier, but sometimes you might lose yours in the process. And what a kill found by Crombie here, as low XP bar now has a power play.
They'll be looking to capitalize here. It's good. It goes from better to even better for this side because they ring 2 flips out of this red team for absolutely no investment of their own. So now the energy economy is definitely tilted in favor of low XP bar. That's it. Crombie quite low. They'll want to close out this point before anything bad happens. That's a good shot to that effect. Could go to space time's a little too quick to be beaten there. That could be dicey though. Yep, 100%. It was a matter of inches just outside of the strike box, and Abercrombie finds a way, gets to level 6 and puts low XP bar onto set point.
Yeah, something interesting to note is that tempo swing turret actually helped Crombie stay alive for a long amount of time on an instant double barrier from side of Andreas, lending your power, and almost immediately converting off the Taiko drum. Both teams have just done such a good job of dribbling off of this center drum, both showing a lot of excellence on this map here.
Bit of chaos developing here. Right outside the blue side DR, Jubu forced into an early flip, which is not what you want to see. Into a Zentaro with flip of his own, but does not even need the flip. Instead, converts off of a brilliantly timed dash to call out the Jubu log and finally stop the bleeding for this Andreas side and get a point on the board.
And this is the bounce back point you need, right? So flip on your brawler. But speaking of a lot of damage being pumped out, the Celestial Intervention is used, but it doesn't even get any sort of healing here. Able to retreat for the orb, but down goes the Zentaro, and your flip is gone. You're now dealing with a power play here. Both of Go to Space Time's cooldowns are used. The evade clear though, able to clear things around. Another clear, able to just perfectly hold on to this barrier and stall out this power play. Gets the barrier as well.
Very good work by this red side to even the scales here. That said, Go to Space Time's unable to find the out. Does so on the second time of asking through Rim, who jobs though. But neither of these two forwards are able to maintain much possession of the core. Excellent ability used from striking from Go to Space Time to take the barrier or protect the barrier on the first time of asking. Was not able to do so once the pressure came back his way, and also was called out by a good glitch pop by Abercrombie, who likewise is rewarded with the pick of the litter here in draft. There is a single spark. There's a lot of mobile. There's one stagger. Will be interesting to see what this IME opts for. Is not hovering anything in the moment. Gets the explode though for a bit of mobility. It seats the glass cannon to Atlas, which should allow Go to Space Time to be a little more potent on the offense. And finally, after 3 drafts, we do see the Rasmus pick up the size, Dubu opting for the ETOS. And now it's Asinto. Asinto is the next brawler up to try to pick some survivability to hold on for more than 5 seconds.
Yeah, and this Reptile Remedy is going to make a lot more of a difference than people may originally think. Sure, a lot of damage got built up by the side of low XP bar, but Sinto being the brunt of the damage, having that Reptile Remedy is going to be a difference maker here. But I still feel like low XP bar just got such an insanely good draft. They're in such an insanely good position, and they're just showing so much excellence in everything that they're doing here. The offense has been flawless, the defense has been near perfect, and the glitch pop able to clear things away for now. It just seems like they're all doing such a good job of being so coordinated on everything that they do here, and almost get rewarded immediately.
That point will have to wait just a bit longer. Rimhu Jobs battling it out in the midfield to get it down and around, you know, and into Asinto. Asinto having a bit of trouble getting through this Jubu Dubu. Seems like his flowcharts are doing quite well. And speaking of flowcharts, that is a crazy kill found onto this poor Atlas by Abercrombie, scoring the exact same way or thereabouts that he scored the last goal with the glitch pop, and continuing the bit of the hot streak that low XPR has established thus far.
Yeah, that explosive entrance value, so much damage being pumped out. Juno almost ends up getting the kill on Asinto. Don't even need to care about the reptile if you just kill through knockback. As Crombie is forced to flip. A bit of a miscoordination here as the Jubu wall ends up blocking out the flip, but an unfortunate own barrier. Now a very, very dangerous situation for the low XP bar, but Juno doing such a good job of dribbling forward. The turret also used, able to get the barrier. The flip not quite expended here on the defense. Might need to be used soon, but reupload able to clear it away for now. Dribbling, trying to get it through. Jacinto with this flip, pushing forward. Juno perfectly. Rose warps back though, able to hold things for now, but the offense has just been so prevalent here. Unable to clear is Evercrombie as Go to Spacetime has done such a good job of keeping the ball pushed forward. The pendulum swing pushing forward is Jacinto almost getting it through here as reupload now has this flip. Could be the difference maker, but the pass found to Evercrombie. The offense Go to Spacetime taken down by the piercing shot. Now this is such a dangerous situation. Evercrombie able to find another KO.
This guy is just killing for fun. Absolute bloodlust on the part of this low XP bar midfielder. Has a lot of XP in the killing department, some might say. In any case, now is looking to work forward alongside Jubu, covering that out clear and helping their midfielder secure the first barrier take. Jubu loses onto one of his own though, off of an errant strike shot. Equalized barriers for both sides. Evercrombie loses flip, but still ends up inadvertently taking second barrier, which means it is a precarious open net situation for this Andreas side, and Evercrombie gets it done. Aimi brawling. Haven't seen that for a while in competitive play. Last time was like early EUSL. But yeah, there we go. Evidently Evercrombie getting it done and getting another first pick here.
Just showing so much excellence on this Aimi, and it just feels like ever since the XP bar got that bit of survivability, that bit of size on Dubu, they just haven't looked back, and this hot shot rapid fire on Evercrombie is going to be just so hard to deal with. So many glitch pops, so many cooldowns, so much damage. And although I do think the side of Andreas lend us your power has such an excellent draft here. It gives speed and size and fire up, which I truthfully do think is one of the best awakenings in the game. So the power of this draft, I feel like, does really lean itself towards Andreas lend us your power, and they're hopefully going to take that momentum and push back and maybe bring us at 5 here.
They're definitely getting off to a good start. They knock both barriers down within the first 20 seconds of this set. That said, Go to Spacetime is unable to hold on to his first one. Puts a bit more pressure on this red side, but they still have the liberty to surge forward. And that they do. reupload finding a pixel perfect primary off of the top side of the goal, which just about ricochets down and in for a really assertive and quick first point. So for all I know, they could be mounting a comeback here.
Yeah, this double side Rasmus is so dangerous, has so much coverage as Sinto pushing forward here. Is using kind of everything to try to push it forward, forces up the flip from Evercrombie. The Go to Spacetime is forced to use the flip, but it is this fire up flip. Speed is being used, but Evercrombie is doing such a good job of keeping the ball forward, almost gets both barriers for their troubles, as Jacinto now pushing forward with this flip, forces out the Tofu Fortress, but Evercrombie, Juno pushing forward. Amazing hold by Go to Spacetime, just holding forever, but Evercrombie does take it through this 3-person defense here. The flip is burned. The somersault though is able to hold it down. Evercrombie with the cyber swipe just pushes the ball through Go to Spacetime, who eventually just ends up running out of cooldowns. Evercrombie just able to cycle cooldowns so much faster than everyone else in the lobby.
Really good play there by Evercrombie. Hashtag tempo swing value. There's a valuable barrier take on the bot lane as well. Goat of Spacetime cordoned off into that top side defense now, is capable of winning it in the short run, but that usage of the secondary a bit preemptively means things could get a little hairy. But speaking of hairy, that situation's got hair all over it. That is a lot of blown flips in quick succession, and for not a single barrier take, or even a barrier save for that matter. In any case, Jubu is sitting pretty with the first barrier, not to mention Estinto is trapped and unable to help. Now is finally getting their hands back on the core and just about shimmies around it. Aimi glitch pop to hold on to their life. Double offense is secured. That's a lot of cooldowns, but pay it into a Dubu, and the Dubu will win 9 times out of 10. It does mean as we head into overtime, we're not actually going to see a stalemate, because Evercrombie is just doing the same thing over and over, and it's actually working brilliantly. There's another cyber swipe goal to put low XP bar onto the game point here in match 1.
Yeah, it just feels like Abercrombie has just solved the go to space time and has made it really, really difficult for them to kind of adapt. I mean, the cyber swipe is just such a strong cooldown. The glitch pop for the hit stun. They've like Crombie's just done such a good job of hit stunning go to space time, and they're really struggling to kind of adapt to it. And obviously, once your brawler finds their win con against the goalie, right, all you need to do is just funnel them the core constantly, and it just feels like low XP bar has done such a good job at that. The flip is forced to be burned and still losing a barrier here, but hopefully with this fire speed, they can kind of get more value, and they do. 2 flips burned, able to get the final barrier though, as Crombie now forced to flip as well, kind of dribbling it away, but you know, in this top side, unfortunately misses his Rose Warp here as it goes back to go to space time, trying to push this ball forward, and the slice and dice from Distinto pushes it past Jubu, and we have a 0.5 here.
This is an excellent resurgence there from Andreas. Lend us your power. Goat of Space Time notably held onto that barrier, that final barrier, quite well. I was appreciative of those flowcharts. To say nothing of the offensive play up on the other end of the field. Bit of good Discentaro interceptor there to land the plane. That said, ball is landing up on this right side of the field against like crazy pressure. Gets the 2 barriers down on Goat of Space Time nigh instantaneously, but Rinmu Jobs is back. It's a bit of a risky clear, but Everett Crombie's unable to effectively capitalize, and now the blue team lose their second barrier. This is exactly where you want to be as a member of Andreas Lend Your Power, to say nothing of the fact that Everett Crombie has just blown both of his offensive cooldowns, barring the turret, which means that Goat of Space Time should have a slightly easier shot at life for the next couple seconds. But speaking of living, that is not something Jubu is prone to doing in this moment. Power play in favor of Andreas Lend Us Your Power, but Juno stalls it out immaculately. Rinmu Jobs was unable to apply any sort of stun or goal pressure, and now the ball's right back on this right side of the field. Chaos unfolding. Excellent strike shot from Go to Space Time, but the wall from Jubu makes sure that the offense is still concentrated in that bot, playing cooldowns out the wazoo. It seems like neither team can find the breakthrough just yet, but there it is. The Sinto capitalizing off of a bit of pinball wizardry there in that corner, timing the dash to perfection, and we are going to set 5.
It feels like Go to Space Time has officially adapted to the Cyber Swipe hit stun, doing a really good job of spacing it during those final few points. And now this draft, I mean, the heavy impact is something to look at, and it is immediately taken here. I feel like there's just now enough damage on Sinto to kind of potentially take over the game damage-wise. Though it's kind of hard to do that when the side of the low XP bar just grabs double stagger.
I think, yeah, it's gonna be tricky, especially because like this Dubu, I feel like the Dubu's unkillable unless they hold a really aggressively backwards position on their goal line. Juno is still looking a little killable given the stagger situation, but for now they should just concentrate on defending this Andreas side, because they've just lost their first barrier once more and are unable to level the scales on the offense. Good flowchart by Jubu's enough to stave off the double onslaught from Estinto and Rinmu Jobs. Rinmu Jobs getting his hands back on that core. Juno unable to win a strike war in the middle of the park, which snowballs into a first barrier loss. Abercrombie inadvertently creating a bit of chaos in the back for his own team. He gets it out, and that is crazy. Go to Space Side, just getting, I want to say, called out? I don't even know if you could say called out. Just that was so chaotic. Just unable to come up with the right flowchart to deal with that situation. And that is one way for a first goal to go in here for the side of low XP bar.
A really, really unfortunate Rasmus hook plus the hit stun from Juno just made the most cursed situation ever, but if you're the side of Andreas Lend Us Your Power, you're doing such a good job of bouncing back here. Both barriers immediately already taken, but potentially 2 traded back here, although there's 2 flips on the side of Andreas Lend Us Your Power. The Cyber Swipe not able to get things through for now, but the barrier is found. The glitch pop kind of leads the core astray, kind of fizzling out this offense for just a little bit longer. Stinto pushing towards the spot, so gets taken out by Juno. Rim who jumps, misses the flip, unable to get it through. This is such a dangerous situation now if you're Andreas. But they're able to kind of hold things for now. Juno to Abercrombie pushing towards this corner, able to be cleared away. Stinto is now back online, potentially survive the onslaught, but go to space time, force to use this flip. The fire up is in effect. The crystal thorns almost getting it through. The core is going so fast. Jubu now gets this ETOS proc, could potentially fly forward, but it's a little bit dangerous with how much core speed is in play right now. A backwards rose warp to kind of push it to Abercrombie. The flip is burned though. Stinto is taken low, forces out the flip of Jubu though, kind of trying to push this through the log, able to clear things for now. Go of space time, trying to get this to Rim who gets it through. The whiplash pushes it low.
I feel like of all the ways the goal was gonna go in, that seems about right. Like, yeah, fair enough. Both goalies were playing incredibly well. I think notably, Goat of Space Time, I feel like 9 out of 10 plat/diamond goalies would not have held flip as long as he ended up holding, and that paid dividends because he had it for a situation where it was absolutely necessary. So that was a really good piece of goalkeeping from this red side goalie. To say nothing of Jubu, who it took an absolutely insane Rasmus secondary to finally call him out. That said, this point, a bit of a regression to the mean there. Only 21 seconds required for Abercrombie to find the breakthrough, and that does mean that low XP bar is on game point. So everything to play here for Andreas. Lend us your power.
Yeah, but first there is immediately taken. Stinto doing a really good job of pushing forward, is nearing this flip, which could be a difference maker here. Go to space time ends up using the secondary, a bit of a scary situation to do so, but able to clear it away for now as Judo it gets it through with the crystal thorns. Both barriers are down. Andreas, lend us your power. You're really hoping he's lending you the power right now, but no! An unfortunate way for the game to end. The most like Tycho game ending ever, unfortunately, as low XP bar takes game 1.
That said, I mean, it was definitely a fight on the part of all parties involved. I think Andreas lend us your power can take away a lot of positives. I mean, necessarily you have to in a 26-minute game. If you can string something out for that long, you've done something right. It really seemed as if it came down to just a couple key 1v1 interactions between Abercrombie and Goat of Space Time. I mean, you can see Abercrombie getting the Lions portion of the goals there. There were just a couple select applications of hit stun that could have potentially been avoided on Space Time's part, and then who knows how that game goes from there. But yeah, I think very good start for the side of low XP bar. They're now within touching distance of the bald pregnant men. Should they be able to land the plane here on what's the second map? Clarion? I think it's Clarion. Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be kind of interesting to see how things go down. I do think the really big difference between these two teams is that the offensive duo of low XP bar just was so extremely coordinated. We were doing such a good job of kind of using their range to poke through Go to Space Time. It's not something you get to see often, but with the double range comp, I do think is actually like a lot better at dealing with melee goalies than people may originally think. And I think they just played it so extremely well. And it'll be kind of interesting to see if the teams kind of do similar things where they play like kind of more double midfield oriented characters or like double brawler for the side of Andreas lend us your power. So it'll be interesting to see if that's what they end up doing here. As yeah, Clarion is another one of those maps you can actually double brawl on or double midfield on. It's a pretty flexible map. Obviously with all the changing forms, kind of have to at least have like 3 forms that you're like confident you can win on. But most of the time you want to at least have a comp that can excel on all of them.
I think this is also a map where I think there can be a bit more of a premium put on damage as a win con. It seemed as if Stinto and everyone on that team were beginning to try to spec into damage by the end of it. So I feel if they're able to maybe build to that effect early, they could start getting heads to roll, and that could be their path to victory. If they want to bypass the core control, route. It is worth noting that low XP bar won this Clarion in winter semis though, so they should be sitting pretty here based off of precedence. So I think Andreas Lendis Your Power will definitely have a bit of a mountain to climb, and it'll be interesting to see how they choose to scale it.
Yeah, but obviously being on this blue side is pretty beneficial, I think, especially since both of these goalies are very confident Dubu players. So it'll be interesting to see if the Dubu gets picked first again. As I actually don't think, like, obviously melee goalies are really good on every map, and Dubu is the best one right now, but I don't think it's as crazy on Clarion as, like, it is on Tycho. So, like, it's something that you kind of don't want to leave up because it's Dubu. The hamster's a little OP, but it's also less impactful than it would be on the Tycho Temple.
Worth noting the bans. All of this drafting is done the old-fashioned way in Star GG chat. But just for the viewers at home, Juno and Kazan have not once again. Juno seeing a ban, Kazan seeing another ban. Guess Kazan just public enemy number 1 here in Clarion Corp Trials Winners Finals. But it's all good. Should mean that means Jubu is free to reprise his lockdown, as is Good of Space Time. As you said, perhaps not as fun, especially on a map like Bounce House. You get there's a bit more volatility involved than Clarion, but still should be a way to drag this game out. Should both goalies just choose to handshake and pick the lockdowns and then pray that their forwards are marginally better than the other ones. Would be interesting to see the awakes, but that is just like I think we can see the awake. Okay, so it's recovery drone peak performance, which means that for all I know, Rimhu Jobs picks the Rasmus once again. But I feel like now Jubu's got to go. The Dubu, I feel like if he's good on the Dubu with a rec drone start, that would be huge.
Yeah, and can't sleep on this peak performance. One of the best awakenings in the game. Stagger is so extremely strong, and we were kind of talking about damage. This is not a damage start. This is just so anti-damage, and it does look like this Dubu will end up getting first picked. So not a big surprise here. Both goalies really want the hamster, so it'll be interesting to see what Jubu picks. I think you're most likely just going to see another melee, but could end up hopefully seeing something a bit different here. Especially on speed starts, you can kind of get away with a bit of a stronger range goalie. Unfortunately, melee goalies love speed just as much as their range goalies do, if not more.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see, because I feel like Jubu, it's in his name. He's Dubu, and now it's been pried away from him. And I can't say I'm enough of a ball knower to determine how he's going to respond. My presumption would be, like you said, just slam another lockdown, slam the Asher, slam the Atlas, land something. Who knows? That will be revealed to us very shortly. It is interesting. Okay, I was about to say, for a brief moment, we had a mini hoverer, but that has been fixed. It does appear as if they might be trying to pick ban the Abercrombie Ivy, but no, we're seeing a less. Well, I feel like the drafting's already been done. No, like what is happening? I don't actually know. That guy was really deliberating whether he was going to play Rune or Imi, but it does mean the Imi does fall to Abercrombie. We are seeing Jubu presumably on that Atlas, unless we're seeing the Iron Spear here in low elo European gameplay. But no. It is. Wait, Pumps Atlas chills. What? Guys, watch out, guys. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the Pumps Atlas. Interestingly enough, Juno taken away from Juno and Jubu taken away from Jubu. So both players losing their namesake from low XP bar, as this Pumps Atlas could be a difference maker, right? This is not something that you traditionally see, and I'm kind of interested to see how Juno pilots it here, as those two of ours already taken both barriers.
Okay, it's gonna be hard to mitigate my biases here, because that is such a cool pick, and he didn't even have to do anything there. It's actually Crombie that gets it done, but wow, chills. Pum's Atlas coming out to play. I am so excited. I don't think anyone could have seen this coming. Maybe they flexed the Atlas in draft, and then they decided it'd be more apt to put it on this board. I don't know what's going on here, but that's really cool. In any case, back to the action at hand. Neither team able to establish any sort of possession in the middle of the park. A couple of whiff strikes, not to mention a wayward secondary out of this Atlas, is enough to ensure that neither team's able to get their hands on the core for any prolonged period of time. But an unfortunate strike shot from this Jubu Kai results in a loss of 2 barriers in rapid fire succession, to say nothing of an excellent hook from Istinto to help usher that core home, and it's one apiece here.
Yeah, an excellent death touch here from Istinto. Take their first point of the map. Something interesting to note about this Atlas midfield pick is to make it work, a lot of times you really need projectile range. So until Juno is able to get this projectile range, it feels like the Atlas is just going to have a lot less area of impact than you kind of expect it to when you see the strike shot goalies turn on the primary out. So it'll be interesting to see how Juno pilots things without it, and if they're able to get it in draft.
It seemed as if the deficiencies of the stock Atlas primary were kind of laid bare there when Juno was trying to apply some goal pressure. It didn't even hit the dude. It didn't even stun the enemy goalie. It came up too short. That said, it did not come up short when it came to hitting this Rasmus. It applied some stun, which got folded into a really good kill. That is the Wreck Drone gone. A lot of resources spent to that effect, but to get it down within 2 points is not the end of the world. It means this damage can now effectively be concentrated onto Istinto and actually get him off the map this time. That said, that's the least of the concerns at this present moment as the ball continues to be funneled up onto this right side of the pitch, but neither forward's in a position to really threaten this Kai in between the sticks. That said, the situation could be getting bad here now that the flip has been blown. Incapable of stunning is Jubu. Istinto knocking that thing home with a good piece of play.
Yeah, it seems like the offense from Andreas Limited Power has been super well coordinated so far this game, as it just seems like the side of the XP bar is trying to get kills that they're unable to really find here. Istinto takes a double barrier, almost immediately converts as well. It just feels like Istinto is outscoring the damage.
Kind of what you gotta do. And to, fair play to him for getting it done at least early on. Was that a, wait, was that a back pass or what? I don't know. That angle seemed unnatural, but maybe maybe I'm just getting old. But in any case, it does mean that Rimhu Jobs claims the pole position off the set take here. I'm seeing a lot of good things for this midfielder to pick up. You got energy, you got speed, you even have Stinger if you want to proc damage. There's a lot of options, but it looks like he's just biding his time. Opts for the M-prop deny on midfield Atlas, presumably, and Atlas and responding in turn with the Times Creator pickup. Dubu getting the mobile, and the Orb Ponder is a pretty solid awakening onto this Kai goalie, all things considered, as 6th pick in the draft.
That is such a hateful missile prop deny. I did kind of talk about how the projectile range is the difference maker for what Juno can do. So not getting it is actually really problematic. So it is definitely the correct play, but it is so extremely hateful. And meanwhile, both your teammates just get such insanely good awakenings. Go to space time so fast. Istinto is so huge. It just feels like denying that doesn't actually even weaken your draft power as much as you may think, as Juno does find a kill and proc this recovery drone, and the orb is stolen from Rimhu Jobs. Istinto taking their own forwards orb here.
That, not to mention, yeah, the Wreck Drone gone within half of 1 point is absolutely huge. It's much better results than the first time around. Getting it down this early, barriers down now. A bit of wizardry off the middle of the Atlas bumper thingamajig is enough to get that second barrier down. Open nets for both goalies, though. Definitely a bit high favored. Patience coming in spades for a go to space side of that as well. That is that almost looks like a BM type play, like the sort of thing you do in norms to troll people, where you just stand on top of them and ban them, but it works. And that is a goal on the board for Andreas Lundis your power.
Yeah, it seems like this game, they've kind of just completely shifted how they're playing. Istinto's done such a good job of just pushing forward, and go to space time seems so comfortable on the Jubu. It really does seem like goalies just do want to trade this hamster back and forth. But as I say that, the Firewall Sentry, with help from Juno, ends up taking both barriers here. Bit of a dangerous situation, but the Death Touch hooks it away. Incredibly well played by Istinto. Unfortunately, isn't able to keep the offense going for the second barrier, but that is what the GOAT of Space Time is for, to keep the ball forward. Rim jobs with the pillar as well, kind of just holding things down, as they are just doing such a good job of eventually getting this forward to Istinto. But Jubu doing such a good job of clearing this away here.
Bit of a stalemate developing. Asinto trying to change that ups and not rip the flip. Conversely, Jubu does, establishes a bit of tempo, but that's snubbed out nigh instantaneously by this blue side, who are now looking to keep the core here just about the middle of the park, but the angle a bit wayward out of Rune. We take into overtime. Istinto doing their darndest to get this thing down, and they do. That said, they can't get the immediate confirmation into the goal take. Jubu, little too locked in for that one, finds a smart clear, and here comes Atlas to pick up the pieces, but a crazy secondary angle from Istinto is enough to get it done, and that's 2-0 here on the board for Andreas Lend Us Your Power. And this is shaping up to be a bit of a dominant game too, and that's just what the doctor ordered for them, for their tournament hopes.
Yeah, it seems like they've done such a good job of bouncing back, as we are now on the bounce house here for potentially what could be the final point of the set. What a pass found by Istinto. Unfortunately, a bit of a miscoordination of where they wanted the ball to go. The banish being found, and unfortunately not able to quite get things through, as the ball just gets cleared through Ringu Jobs. The Tofu Fortress able to push things forward and take the final barrier here. Side of OXP Bar is in dire straits now. The ball getting found, pushed all the way through. An incredible three-person passing sequence play to get the ball to Istinto, who converts with another whiplash to take set 2.
Excellent work by Istinto and the gang, seeing a couple nice awakenings here. No one has opted to pick up any sparks. Single spark up for grabs, that's always potent, but we are seeing, I guess, a hot shot denial from Istinto such that Jubu will get the team player, but the team player doesn't even fall that far. Oh wait, the hotshot deny is not even. I was Atlas goalie braid. I thought that was Atlas goalie, but like, okay, Loki. Okay,
Ooh.
interesting pick up that. I like the prize fighter Atlas though. This team and the heavy impact by Crombie. I mean, it should be very evident what this team is trying to do, and it's up to Andreas Lend Us Your Power to survive the onslaught, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I don't hate this draft for the side of Low XP Bar. I think the biggest issue really is just the fact that this was a peak performance recovery drone star. Feels like they're trying to do damage, they're trying to get KOs, and it's just gonna be so hard for them to do that. But I say that, and Istinto is actually the one finding a KO here with the Pendulum Sling, and that is a dangerous step to have. Thankfully, it's not on one of your players with the Stacking Awakening, but it just seems like the side of Andreas Lend Us Your Power, they're now out killing you, they're still out controlling you. It just feels so hard to bounce back as Ringu Jobs ends up taking the final barrier here while also still getting the ball pushed forward, and Jubu can't reach. And the first point of the set has been found.
Wow, yeah, Andreas Lend Us Your Power continue on the warpath here. It's looking to be a domineering game 1, and will stay that way unless this red side is able to return to the drawing board and cook up something different. That is not quite enough. The hook from Istinto is enough to save the barrier, to say nothing of the offensive pressure it generated. And once again, well, I guess it's equal barriers now, because the go to space time was a little off with that Jubu ability usage. But once again, a barnstorming sequence by Istinto is enough to get that barrier open, then flip that thing home in quick succession. And this match point for Andreas Lend Us Your Power.
This just feels like Istinto's game. They have just performed so insanely well this game. Feels like they are completely unstoppable here, as obviously the rest of Andreas Lend Us Your Power has done such a good job of shoving the ball forward, and finally Gino gets the kill, gets this prize fighter value, could potentially be the swing that they need. Flip, burned, able to take this barrier, go to space time, holding onto the flip, does end up using it here, clears it away, takes a barrier as well, as the strike shot barely misses out. The offense is still pushing forward, and the side of Low XP Bar gets their bounce back point, gets their prize fighter stack, Is this the difference? Is this what could change everything?
It's gotta be. I don't know how else you win this game other than killing. That's what they've set out to do, and they need to do it more, and that is an excellent step in that direction. The Atlas combo is not enough to seal the deal there. Now it actually might be the Atlas on the way out, but Wimpu Jobs didn't have the requisite cooldowns to secure the confirm there. Both teams vying for control in top corner. It does wriggle out and inadvertently takes that first barrier off of Jubu. One apiece for both goalies. Not the situation you want to be in, but one you'll have to put up with. However, Crombie creating enough chaos to create a back pass situation, which Greater Space is capable of reacting to. And wow, yeah, as Atlas coming up trumps with a good primary, and it's 2 apiece. It looks like Andreas Lannister Power is letting the set slowly slip away from them. And if this low XP star team can fold this momentum into 1 more point, this game could get interesting.
Yeah, it just seems like the side of Andreas Lannister Power maybe getting a little bit nervous trying to close out this game as 2 back-to-back points where there's just unfortunate angles, unfortunate like back pass own goals. But you just gotta lock in, get 1 more point. That's all you need. And they are now able to push this ball forward. Rimpu Jobs barely misses out on the barrier. Jubu doesn't even need to use the flip. It just feels like it's just like the difference between like the last 2 points and like the rest of the game. It just feels like Andreas Lannister Power has kind of lost their offensive touch here. But I say that and they immediately take the barrier, get the banish, force out all these cooldowns, almost gets it through as well. Rimpu Jobs has a flip, doesn't even need it. Astinto takes the point. Just as the game started, Astinto ends it the exact same way. And what an excellent game from Andreas Lannister Power to force a game 3.
Very good sequence here. Great comeback, great exhibition of mental resolve. 13-minute game, by the way. I guess the Pums Atlas was not enough to get it done. At the end of the day, that team only getting 1 more KO than their adversaries in spite of their posturing towards the kill comp and draft. It just seems like it didn't quite work out for them. I think especially Jubu on this Kai, I don't think was getting enough value on the offensive side of things. Was just continuously defending and just didn't seem to have the requisite cooldowns to hold it for any prolonged fashion. And what that does mean at the end of the day is that we are heading to a game 3, both teams evenly matched thus far.
Yeah, and it just feels like the curse of this start, right? Peak performance or coverage on, it's like you can't play damage because they have peak performance, and you can't go for a knockback KO on their brawler because they have recovery drone. So you have to do that twice. Stinto didn't lose recovery drone in that final set, even with the KO being found on Rimpu Jobs. So it just feels like it just wasn't the comp for that start, wasn't the comp for that map. But maybe things will change on Night Market, right? Night Market is a map you can kind of find these knockback KOs on just due to it being so lane focused. And if we get a bit more of a damage start, a bit more of a start that's like just better for knockback, you could end up seeing that. And it'll be interesting to see if the XP bar tries to go for something similar and just say, it wasn't our start, it wasn't our map today, or it wasn't our map this series, and we just try again. So it'll be kind of interesting to see if that's what they end up going for, or if they go back to kind of the style that they were playing last time with this like heavy corner shove, while also having like the heavy double midfield.
I think they have the capacity to do that. I think I would really like to see how the comps end up is that wait, so Orponder Might of the Colossus start. I mean, man, it's just the melee goalies and it's not the melee goalies and whoever picks up the Rasmus are both continuously eating good this entire series. And not to say nothing of the Orb Ponder value you get on goalie as well. I think everything, all signs pointing towards another potentially long one here on Night Market. I think you'd be remiss to not like slam a Dubu and Asher and Atlas, someone of that ilk, perhaps even a Mako. But I don't see a lot of Mako in EU, so maybe I'm a little too over-optimistic there. Will be interesting to see how the brawler pairings end up shaking up in that instance, because I feel like you don't get much value off of Orb Ponder. You're almost incentivized to pick a size brawler, which I can't say I'm a ball knower. I can't say if anyone here has like an Asher or a Kazan. Well, evidently someone here has a Kazan because Kazan keeps getting banned, bro. But I guess we'll have to. I guess we'll have to see because I'm not privy to the start chat, so I don't know who's been banned yet.
Yeah, Rimku Jobs is a Kazan player, so that is why it's getting banned away. So I assume they're just gonna ban it again. But yeah, it's one of these things where it's like, weirdly enough, I feel like the midfielders kind of have to go orbs because like most of them don't really benefit from size. You have like Aimi who benefits from size, and then Era, and like Era midfield doesn't feel really good right now. I do think it's like actually fine on the start and on this map, but one of those things where it's like your midfielder this is just not a good midfield start. So it'll be kind of interesting to see if like a double brawler comp comes out, because it is something that's notoriously known on Night Market. And interestingly enough, the bans have changed. Erasmus gets banned instead of Kazan, and the Juno is still banned. So yeah, they're adapting. They're banning Erasmus. They're probably picking the Dubu again. I would not be shocked. So I guess we'll see the Kazan if they do end up wanting to pick it.
Be a change of pace and definitely beneficial still off of the size start. So also, this is just more of a back end question. So do they draft in game or do they draft
Yes.
in chat? I'm so oh, so that's why they were like oscillating back and forth between picks.
Yeah.
In the log. Okay, so they are actually like they're doing it the old-fashioned way. They're actually drafting in game. Okay, that makes sense to me. So we don't actually know what they're gonna pick. We're reacting in real time when the game boots up. Okay, that's interesting. I guess. So, who's the Juno player? Is it Juno? Okay.
It's Juno.
Okay, so these people
Juno
are like
and
very
Juno.
easy. Yeah, so these people are like genuinely just like they're making it so easy for us. You know, respect. Jubu likes Dubu and Juno likes Juno. You know, fair enough. Okay. But yeah, Juno once again perma banned from their main. I guess they're just like the Juno go to VU because that's been 3 Juno bans on the bounce. Will mean that they'll probably have to lock like an Estelle or something of that ilk. We'll have to see. Abercrombie, interestingly enough, hovering the now.
Yeah,
Another Dubu first pick. These people are animals, but okay, I guess that's understanding given the side in the map.
Are we gonna see the Atlas midfield again? Are we actually gonna see it? Like, this would be kind of crazy. The fact that nobody's shocked that we're first picking Dubu for a 3rd game in a row, guys. The hamster might be a lot stronger than the rest of the goalie pool right now, unfortunately. And both of these goalies are very, very good at the Dubu. So why not first pick it? The person who's got Dubu has won every game. Shocker.
I am no. They took the Atlas. Juno was hovering that thing too. It's okay. He's just gonna have to go Juliet. Bit of a role swap here in that instance. I mean, Abercrombie, like, Ivy can do, like, whatever, sure. But I think this is the first time Juno is, like, played decidedly as the more advanced of the pair. Unless we're going to see a Julie midfield masterclass, does lock the Julie at the end of the day. So maybe we'll see Abercrombie in a bit of more of a recessed position on the field. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Neither team opting for double brawler unless this is okay. Go to space time is not as eccentric. Oh wait, no. So I guess it would be Rim who jobs who's not the eccentric one in this instance. Does mean we are seeing lockdown on lockdown violence, and they are the only ones who pick up any orbs here. Everyone else is big.
Yeah, I'm actually really shocked that Kai went light over orbs, because I do think that the Aimi makes a bit more sense because like your Blink is melee and you overall just want more power, but the Kai just doesn't want that as much. So it's kind of interesting to see how they'll use that mild bit of extra size to potentially just cheat out some strike wars, right? Being the only person without that size is a bit of a disadvantage, so it is a decently logical take here as Stinto immediately takes both barriers.
Good assertive start by low XP bar. They're looking to reverse the malaise that they experienced in this last game. But it just seems like a regression to the mean, a return to trends there, because Stinto taps that thing home within 34 seconds. Not the start you want to get off to if you're this blue side, but they'll be looking to shrug it off and continue. That said, they're having trouble getting it through the Great Wall of Stinto. Once again, was a key strike war in the middle of the park. It takes both barriers for his troubles, and this has definitely been a strong start for this red side.
Yeah, they're just playing so confidently. Stinto, again, just showing off pretty much. Just continuing their dominance from the last game. And it's a really fast 2-0. Juno hasn't even reached level 2 yet, doesn't have the ultimate online. It just feels like the side of Andreas Lennox Power has just taken the momentum they got from game 2 and continue to push forward.
Stinto demonstrating that if you take his Rasmus, he's just going to play his Zentaro and puts that pick to work, takes another barrier nigh instantaneously. Juno dribbling kind of incidentally finally gets up to level 2, which could be good. That's just one more ability to stuff it past this Atlas, which is exactly what you need running into a freak goalie like that, even if he's not as Thanos as he used to be. Ever probably finding a smart pass through to Juno. There's not all too much that ball can do in that situation. A little too far from the goal to get anything potent going. Luckily, Juno's strike shot comes back online to deal with that particular strike from Stinto. And as we tick into overtime, neither team finding the breakthrough just yet.
Stinto is taken low, is actually evading out. The back pass by Rim, whose job is to go to space time, able to kind of rotate the ball pretty fast here. Stinto doing a really good job of filling up here, but the offense from low XP bar is online, pushing forward, go to space time, easily just able to clear things away from now with help from Rim, whose job is the flip, being forced out of Jubu. Unfortunately, no flip for the next offense round, which may just be around the corner here as Stinto pushing forward, unable to get through though. But Rim, who jobs almost gets taken out, does end up living, but the flip used by Juno to take their first point of this game.
Great angle. It was just far enough away from go to space time to create some indecision about whether they should have flipped or not. And that moment of hesitation is enough to allow that thing to sail home. Goal on the board for low XP bar. Abercrombie looking to continue the pain train. Get some nice pressure off of that turret. That said, both blue side forwards kind of end up on top of each other, which frees up the outclear for go to space time, and that's funneled into some great offense by Stinto and the gang. They end up taking both of Jubu's barriers. Hugh having a bit of a rough start to life here, called out once more by a bit of a timing mix-up by Stinto's top corner flip. The strike shot not capable of tapping that thing out. And that is a pretty domineering set from Andreas Lundus, your power. Oh wait, yes, that is Andreas Lundus, your power. And Zentaro rewarded with the first pick here.
It feels like every time a Stinto gets flipped, the game is on a timer. And the moment a Stinto uses that flip, the point is over. And it just kind of feels like that the defensive side of low XP bar doesn't actually have an answer. Stinto has just done such a good job of using this flip. And it's hard because Zentaro builds flips so fast. So if you can't shut it down, you are just going to lose more points because they're cycling their flip faster than you, and they're also always converting on it. But this Siege Machine from Jubu might actually end up actually helping on his flips. The power from Juno with the Spark of Power will hopefully end up maybe helping with some dash punches being down.
I have to note that there's 2 lockdowns, 2 midfielders that are not weird, and yet in spite of those 4 potential recipients, Stacks goes unpicked. Chills. Means everyone will be a bit slower, interestingly enough, but it seems to not be too much of an issue. Both teams finding breakthroughs nonetheless. Jubu forced into a tricky defensive situation. Rimview jobs with a smart Giga, but it's not quite timed to perfection. Jubu gets away with that barrier, finds a smart outclear into Juno. Juno just in a bit of a recessed position on the field there, so he's not able to instantaneously press some offense. Abercrombie getting a little overzealous by Ledge there. There's so many universes where they could have been flipped to oblivion, but this is not one of them. Abercrombie now surging forward, trying to maybe wring this flip out of Jacinto, which he does. And the chaos that ensues is enough for Juno to prime himself to slot that thing home with the flip. And at long last, a goal on the board for low XP bar.
Yeah, good point. Kind of bouncing back here. And interestingly enough, Jubu is 3 orbs ahead of Go to Space Time right now. Jubu is nearing that max orb stacks. And once that happens, I feel like it's going to be significantly harder for the side of Andreas Lundus Your Power to score. But we're not quite at that point yet. And Abercrombie is taken extremely low here, does have an evade to their name, but can't really evade the Zen ult, able to kind of stay alive for now, almost get the KO, but the Celestial Intervention is there just in case. Both barriers found here from the side of Andreas. Lend us your power. Crombie is low in a dangerous situation here. Sinto does not get the sweet spot of the primary though, so Abercrombie able to stay alive for now, just fighting for their life, trying to hold on for as long as they can. Juno forced to use the flip, or Jubu forced to use the flip, but Abercrombie does go down as the power play here for Andreas. Lend us your power, pushing forward through this lane. Jubu able to get it out though.
That is absolute butt-clenching clear. I'm not quite sure how that worked out, but you know, that was insane. Unfortunately, they're still gonna inevitably lose the point. Just too many cooldowns in their faces. The Stinto tapping that thing home, but Rim Job's definitely the one who created the chaos there. Calls out to River Gang. Levels the scales here in point one. Juno now doing their best to negotiate this pressure here on the top lane. Ball goes clear back down to bot into the hands of a Stinto, and a Stinto gets it done once more with a good flow chart. And now it's again an open net situation for low XP bar. Well, they just need to take these barriers a little quicker, but it seems like they're just a bit slow in this moment.
Yeah, tired of there's some power pushing forward. Unfortunately, the barrage just barely missing here. Go to Space Time does have their flip online. Actually ends up leaving the orb, interestingly enough. Has used their cooldown, so maybe we'll go back for it now. But no, pushing forward. The glitch pop sets up the dash punch as Juno claims a kill. Now has this pummel speed. Not really any cooldowns to their name though, and two flips on the side of Andreas on their power means this will probably be cleared away. But Abercrombie doing a good job of keeping the ball in. The flip being used by Juno. Abercrombie takes the barrier, forces out the flip as well. Sinto pushing forward, does have a flip of their own, and Jubu able to clear it away for now. It's a bit of a miss angle, bouncing off of the Night Market center here as the glitch pop pushing the ball forward. Abercrombie taken low, but does have this flip. Sinto staggered by the turret, but the Celestial Intervention is able to clear things for now. Rimjob almost of goals, but go to Space Time with the strike, able to clear things away for now. Abercrombie used their flip for nothing, but another combo found. The Cyber Strike into the dash. Abercrombie's also taken down. We have 2v2, and Juno gets the strike war win, gets the point.
I was gonna make a quip next time I was on comms about like I feel like this game would be over the second Juno learns like the adequate distance to actually get a kill off the Julie dash punch. It's over. But evidently he learned before I could even make that remark, and that was a kill which set up a power play, which granted the power play didn't last that long. It immediately became a 2v2, but it was still enough to eventually snowball into a goal. And at long last, low XP bar are looking to, if not be in control, at least nominally be in control of this game. In theory, especially now that they've opened the barriers, are looking to take their first set. It's up to go to Space Time to get the thing out. Is doing so with a couple of smart strikes, but is continually getting reaction tech checked in many instances by their own midfielder. But they do seem able to hold for now.
Yeah, the Sinto not pushing forward. The Rim Job's Firewall Sentry is used. Sinto does have this flip. It's been so dangerous with them so far. Saving it for the perfect time as they rotate the ball forward. Unfortunately, uses the flip out as Juno able to clear things away with their dash. Abercrombie taken low, gets taken off the map by the barrage. Jubu also forced the flip. This is a very dangerous situation for low XP bar. Sinto pushes forward. It gets past the Dubu Fortress, but they are able to stall the power play because of it. Sinto pushing forward, just can't get it through as Juno able to clear it. The dash punch not quite found as the glitch pop ends up hitting Sinto out of the way, unfortunately.
Juno coming back, playing a bit of Julie midfield, which they have been one to do this game. It seems if you made a heat map, I feel like Abercrombie would nonetheless be the more advanced of the two blue side fielders. Doesn't seem to be too much of an issue though, because here comes Juno dashing for position. Something, I think that's the Abercrombie glitch pop, which finds the kill onto Rembu Job's power play for the side of low XP bar, but Stinto, you go to Space Time doing so well to keep the ball on this left side of the field nonetheless, to say nothing of the fact that they score. The Stinto pressure making diamonds, tapping that thing home, and it's now 2 apiece here in set 2, and that lead for low XP bar has evaporated.
Feels like Stinto has just been able to make hero play after hero play. And normally you can't really rely on hero players, but when your brawler is a Stinto who can just so consistently get them, it is most certainly something to rely on. Speaking of, almost gets both berries immediately, but does now have this flip online, as the flip used by Abercrombie kind of stuffed out by the barrage here, as an incredible hold here from the side of Andreas Thunderscape Power.
Jubu was playing so patient there, calling his own shot, relying on his ability to win the strike war up against Rim, who jobs kill found by Juno. Another power play. The power plays are finally starting to trickle, and they could turn into a deluge because they're definitely finding these kills so much more consistently. And if they can take this set and get some scaling, that could really beckon the materialization of a kill win con for the slow XP bar side. But perhaps I'm preempting that. They still haven't scored. Go to Spacetime doing their darndest to buy a Stinto all the opportunities he needs to finally take a barrier, open nets for both teams. Juno dribbling, kid dumping, do everything and their mother to try to score, but they can't. Neither team able to find any sort of breakthrough yet. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Abercrombie just kind of mixes things up with the turret, doesn't try to play into it, gets that bottom side goal, and an excellent conversion found as Juno with a well-deserved MVP. Could get the power scaling, does get the spark, as unfortunately the only thing with taking this spark is you would trade its explosive entrance, and they actually choose to deny it instead.
Sure, why not?
They just get heavy impact, no!
It's okay. They never expect the 5-mile-long Julie dash. They're gonna misposition. They're gonna think they're gonna go soft mentally. They're not gonna anticipate that the Julie can go half the map, and it's gonna pay dividends. Trust. But in any case, the rest of the draft a lot more conventional. Mobile pickup onto Jubu. This Atlas build from Go to Spacetime is actually disgusting. I'm pressing tab. So we have Strike Shot. We have 10 orb stacks. Hot Shot. Now team player. This seems like you. This is like the game plays itself at that point. So we'll see. That's looking real scary.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jubu does end up getting its speed, which is very strong for the hamster, who does live to walk up. Stinto ends up pushing forward from who drops, but now the kill found, the explosive entrance value, able to get a KO on a Stinto, as Juno just dribbling forward. So much pressure, so much danger. Abercrombie gets the second barrier as well. Juno's just doing such a good job of winning with just strikes right now, kind of pushing the ball forward too. Abercrombie, the cyber sword, the dash punch, the combo to convert, as a perfect point from the forwards of the XP bar, truthfully.
You know, I'm going to steelman the explosive entrance pickup because I think Juno has recognized something. It's that Abercrombie and Juno are in a positional flux. And Juno is like low-key not even a brawler for half the game. And they've seen something. You may not see this as a very prevalent thing that happens in high elo gameplay, but Juno is consistently dashing for position. So I wonder if they're helping. They pick the explosive entrance for that positional interchange to facilitate the swapping with Abercrombie a little more. Not to mention they have gotten one kill off of it already, but I think maybe that's the rationale. We'll have to see if it ends up paying for them because they are on the defensive thus far.
Yeah, Stinto doing such a good job of keeping this ball forward, and who jobs is able to hold things for now, but does get taken up by the dash punch of Juno, who does have the slip. Unfortunately, misses the dribble, misses the ult as well, as Stinto trying to make a hero play, but it just goes straight through the ult here. Flip being forced. Unfortunate angle, but only loses one for it. The trade that you're willing to take if you're GOAT of Space-Time. Stinto has this flip, could potentially make another hero play, but the offense of low XP bar is just so prevalent, but it does get to Stinto one time. All Stinto needs is the ball one time, as the flip converts immediately. And a good bounce back point here from Andreas Thunderscape Power.
I'm hesitant to use the term one-trick pony because that has a negative connotation, but like literally 90% of Asinto's goals have just been flipping it to top corner. He has that angle like dialed to muscle memory. I swear to God, like if he scored 6, at least 4 of them have been that top corner flip. And it seems like Jubu is just called out every time, is sitting slightly too deep or too low in their arc to be able to effectively deal with that. All the while, both goalies dealing with defenses. In the interim, Go to Spacetime loses out to the Explode Julie dash punch, to say nothing of the Strike War. Great flowchart there by Juno, and it puts low XPR up 2-1 here in the set.
Yeah, it feels like they're just able to poach so many kills on run-through jobs, and it makes it a lot harder for them to get the ball forward, obviously. As the Go to Spacetime has a lot of cooldowns to hold, but when you don't have your midfielder always there to help you, it becomes kind of hard, especially with Juno doing such a good job at timing their abilities with Abercrombie. The coordination has just been so perfect from those two, kind of reminiscent to what it was like in Game 1, and it's really cool to end up seeing how well these two play together.
Jubu getting it out the back. Abercrombie playing a bit conservative here, but Juno getting it done all by their lonesome. There are 3 people who are on the precipice of death here. That said, the live out of Go to Spacetime is enough to bring Jacinto within the bounds of survivability, but he eats like 2 turret blasts and gets taken right back to square one. Jubu, oh, good sequence. Does hit a bit of a wayward angle off of the median, but recovers. But wow, Juno on the 6 KO streak, as was pointed out by the game there. Go to Spacetime, incredible resolve. I feel like even a lot of good goalies would have flipped there. But wait, actually that's a horrible way of putting it. By good, I don't mean he's bad. I mean like Omega/PL goalies probably would have flipped there. But he gets it done with just secondary. And yeah, neither team can score. This is good holding on both sides.
I get so scared whenever Rimbu drops back passes like that. Every time it's almost gone in, as Go to Spacetime just not quite ready for it. But with that team forward, I don't know what you want to do, but the orbs are gone! Go to Spacetime losing out their orbs to just a stray glitch pop. And this could be the difference maker, as the dash punch found and the goal is found, and you're going into next set with no orbs on your melee goalie.
Oh, wow. Things are starting to snowball. I don't know what this Julie's going to pick up. They've already surprised me one time. Opts for the spark on the second time of asking. I don't want to be that guy, but you could have had 3 sparks if you had picked. But it's okay. 2 sparks will have to do. Spectrating onto Rimhu jobs. Quite terrifying indeed. It seems like these Gigas have been on the precipice of finding kills, and that might be the bump needed to take them over the edge. And at the end of the day, God, this Atlas build gets worse and worse, dude. The rapid fire falling to 4th position Atlas. Why not? And now we do have a dash on a Stinto too, which could be pretty potent.
Hey, one thing you gotta keep in mind, that explosive entrance is the reason they MVP. Sparky wouldn't have done it for— Oh my! I don't even know how that KO is found. It looks like the Cyber Swipe also ended up hitting before Jacinto got taken down, and another power play just being found by Low XP Bar. They've done the thing. They're doing the KOing thing I said they would do. Oh my god.
Oh wow, and that's a KO, but it's coming out of Andreas there. Stinto finding it. Juno, once again, Julie midfielding to decent effect though, stopping the bleeding, limiting the damage to just 1 barrier take, which is not the end of the world given the map layout, proccing the overtime course speed within the first 40 seconds of the match as Julie would pressing all those buttons. Oh, but Rimhu Jobs is a learning learner. Actually dodged the Julie dash punch this time around. Notice the repositioning. Got it through. Wow. Estinto not flipping there, which allows Jubu to find the out clear up. And now this dude is on the precipice of flip. Should he be able to touch? Oh wow, touch core a couple more times. What? There's a lot of energy expenditure happening right now. I had to kind of regain my bearings. Oh my god. Okay. Can we reestablish some normalcy here, team? Okay, it looks like okay. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Okay. Welcome to Clarion Corp.
The team player flip from Go to Spacetime and Rimhu Job putting it perfectly into the top corner, as I think 5 flips were used at that point.
It's looking
I think
like
only
it.
one of them. I think only 2 of them hit. So I don't know.
I don't know, but like stalwart watchers of ETOS will know. If you're a watcher of ETOS clips, you'll know that one of the most popular clips in the last 6 months is in a USL game at people blowing 6 flips in 1.2. So you know it happens to the best of us. At every level of the game, sometimes people get a little overeager in OT, and then you proceed to not have any flips connect, and you look like a fool, and also your energy's been pickpocketed. But it's okay. That was a very chaotic first point. Both teams looking to regroup. Low XP bar does. Excellent sequence from Juno and the gang to take both barriers. That's it. Evercrombie's going to be a bit of a non-issue for the next couple. He's choosing to continue to play, though. Sure, why not? And he actually wins the Strike War Turbo Beast mode. Does not get killed either for his troubles. Is now able to affect the play once more. Opts not to pick up the speed gate, though. Instead, holds and layers with Jubu, and that's enough to win that particular defense. But a bit of a miscommunication, positional breakdown between the blue side forwards is enough to buy the go to space time, the angle to break it free as we tick into overtime. Both teams looking especially potent. Angle missed by go to space time, but saves himself? Unless he had reg chart and I'm not paying attention. Okay, no, that was actually a really good self-save. And yeah, still neither team able to break through just yet.
Yeah, but Estento is going to be the one who breaks through, gets his barrier, go to space time with his team player speed is just so dangerous as Estento actually gets pushed towards the ball here, passes it down to go to space time for the perfect rotate. The Giga Blast, not quite enough. The dash punch found, but Estento does get healed just in time here. Go to space time with his primary, able to push the ball through. Rimhu Drops does have this flip, but doesn't really need it for the defense. But maybe he does, as the offense is just so prevalent. Evercrombie has this flip, gets it through.
Oh, what a shot. Well done, Evercrombie. It seems like these points are really starting to track. I think that's a function of these two goalie builds more than anything else. You have Jubu, who's just so fast, he can now get to so many more redirects that Jubu was capable of doing with stock scaling. And then go to space time. I feel like I'd be surprised if he doesn't ever not have a cooldown. It's just like there's so many good buttons here for this Atlas. And I think that's manifesting as really long, drawn-out points. But this could be a shorter point thanks to the power play from Juno, but blows the flip. And thus, this Kai, Rimhu Jobs, is able to respawn on the map with little consequence. And that's another kill off of the Explode Dash from Juno. 8 KO, unabridged streak. But once again, it looks like they're unable to get anything done in the short term.
Yeah, it feels like if Go to Space Time is alive, the game is really hard. And this is before they even have max orbs, by the way. As the dash punch stuffed out by the Atlas primary. Rimhu Drops, unfortunately, with an awkward dribble here. Unable to really get this through the Token Fortress now. Go to Space Time. Just kind of holding the barrier for now. Doesn't really need to do too much here. Does have this team player online now because this overtime. Sinto pushing forward with the ult. Stopped out by the log. Go to Space Time able to hold onto it for now. Sinto unable to get the barrier. Rimhu Drops as well. Trying to help out so much core speed. Actually, Evercrombie gets it through. And the flip is burned by Go to Space Time. Now down a barrier, down a flip. Only one orb away from these max stacks, so could potentially be a difference maker with this orb now coming online. Sinto nearing flip, but so is everyone on the side of low XP bar. Token Fortress, the dash punch used, the firewall sentry, the flips are online, everyone's taking low, the social intervention heals things for now. What a clear by Go to Space Time to hold on. Stinto still low, dodges the cyber swipe, almost gets this barrier, but Jubu just has the cooldowns, the flip used to take the KO, but Go to Space Time has this strike shot to hold on for now as the power play is found. The dash punch missed, cleared away by Go to Space Time. Is just holding so well, almost gets the barrier as well, as Jacinto is now back online.
Excellent flowcharts from both goalies. Jubu flipping for tempo, but can't feed it into Juno, but Juno gets the kill. That is insane work that this really is putting in. This low XP bar team just seems to be struggling to land the plane on the power play. Excellent clear, I believe, by Jacinto up against that Julie primary. Evercrombie looking to once again establish the 2v3. They get it done, but this still could be a goal, but Rimhu Jobs misses the angle, bounces it off that bot side nipple. It is another power play here. But Juno ends up stalling in the middle of the park, and the Stinto is back on the field, and now they're looking poised to take the goal here, but the angle's a little off. Neither team can get their hands on this core. It is red hot like a microwave potato. That is another kill by Juno. Christ alive. This is really, oh wow. But it doesn't matter because Stinto just finds the goal anyway. Sure, why not? What a point.
unfortunate glitch pop ends up own goaling. But can we talk about Go to Space Time? A perfect evade clear, just a perfect hold. Who cares how many cooldowns this guy has? He's playing perfectly no matter what, cooldowns or not. But so is Juno. Finds another dash punch. The foot is knocked out though.
Wow. That is just interesting things happening all around. Very good barrier take by Junior. Then takes the speed gate, positions to cover the out clear, puts Go to Space Time into a tricky position. But he's able to strike his way out of that one. Abercrombie losing a couple of strike wars, a throuple of strike wars. And that allows Jacinto to take that first barrier. Open net still for Go to Space Time, and Abercrombie kind of doing pulling a game one type move there, just confirming things with the IME dash, and that means low XP bar are just 1 point away from taking the series here.
We're at 4.5 to the side up. Andreas Winter Power's fighting for their life, but Juno is the one claiming lives here. But yet, both the players on Andreas Winter Power that had high energy are still alive here. But both barriers bound. The flip is burned. This could be it. Abercrombie also burning the flip though. But Jubu does have theirs as open net situation. Low XP bar is so close to making their grand finals push. As Stinto now does have this flip, could make another hero play. The Cyberside spaced out. Stinto flips to stay alive. Grim who jumps take the second barrier. As Stinto now pushing towards his bottom side. Jubu does have the flip, is using it, but the barrage stuffs it out. The Twitch pop sends it backwards. Go to Space Time, just keeping the ball pushed forward here. Juno wins a crucial strike war though to keep things alive. The dash is used though. That is a crucial cooldown down, but they don't need it. The Cyberswipe takes down Rimku's job. Go to Space Time, able to hold for now. Stinto is taken low. Has no energy to then Juno ends up missing the dribble. The primary not found to Go to Space Time. The KO found, but the flip is used. This could be it. The way Juno gets it with the punch and wins the game. Little XP bar is going to Grands.
Juno, take a bow, dude. That's got to be like 14, 15 KOs on this Julie once it's all said and done. To say nothing of the fact that off the KOs, was capable of putting it in the net as well. 30-minute slog of a Grand's 15 KO Juno. Explosive entrance, why did I ever doubt you? But yeah, that does mean low XP bar. Get it done. At the end of the day, such a valiant fight by Andreas, but they're unable to stave off the warpath, the march of low XP bar, and we booked their ticket to Grands up against the bald, pregnant men.
Yeah, and what an incredible game from both teams. Both teams really proving why they made it this far, and just performing so insanely well. Honestly, that's been one of my favorite games to cast. That was absolute cinema all the way through. Both teams are just playing so excellently. 130 saves and 110 saves on these goalies. Over 45 orbs each. You know they were munching. They were playing so extremely well. Everyone just had such an excellent game, and low XP bar getting to Grands with a performance like that, you have to be feeling confident going into things, even with such a strong team waiting for you there. Honestly, just such an incredibly well played game by specifically Juno as well. Truly the well-deserving MVP.
Excellent series there. Intense stuff here in Clarion Corp Trials. Do not go anywhere. We'll probably be throwing to a quick break, but on the other end of that pause, we'll be bringing the hotly anticipated grand finals matchup between XP Bar and Bald Pregnant Men, so do not go anywhere. That is coming soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Grand finals of Clarion Corp Trials Season 3. We got the People's Team Bald Pregnant Men up against the scrappy losers side underdogs low XP bar. It is worth noting that the Jewish synergy has been broken. We are down one Jew. Unfortunately, Juno, after an absolute heroic performance, 15 KO, Giga Beast Mode Smurf type game, they actually had to go. So the side of low XP bar will be subbing in Snorbit for Grands, and Snorbit has been taken off of his iconic Juno pick. That was banned out once again. The Juno ban just getting slammed on lock for all the games we casted today. But that should complicate things. It is once again, we're going to Night Market with a survivability start. I believe it's Wreck Drone Tempo Swing. So could be in store for another long one.
Yeah, it's another one of those starts where you can't just farm KOs like the side of the low XP bar was doing, and it's interestingly enough the Dubu is still left up, so we'll see if low XP bar decides to first pick that yet again, as Dubu 100% success rate in the games we've watched, hasn't lost yet, and maybe that will keep going. And yep, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, good God. Yeah. Juno, or Jubu rather, we don't have Juno anymore, doing his thing, blocking that Dubu on Night Market. Will definitely need to hold for dear life into this team who has been so dominant thus far in bracket. Obviously coming out of the winner's side, you've got the easier path to victory. Jubu and the gang have really got to dig deep, get the reset, and this game, winning this, coming out strong, would be excellent to that effect. Interestingly enough, we're seeing Evercrombie lock the now after a lot of playing Aimee. My immediate concern is stuffing potential on this blue side, but who knows? Like, I don't really see a clear path to consistent pressure on Umbre, but I guess we'll have to see how things shake out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a big hater of this comp. You have double haste, but how are you ever scoring? I guess that's gonna be the thing that they kind of have to find out. Obviously, the Zentaro goalie is a bit easier to score on than your traditional melee. But Sloan immediately taking their cover drone off of orbit, and Evercrombie losing theirs as well as, yeah, both recovery drones already down, barriers created. I feel like it's gonna be such an uphill battle for the side of low XP bar.
Especially with General Umbre locking the iconic Zentaro super weapon. There's been a couple instances where he's tried to play principled, he's picked the Kai, but you know, I think this excellent factor Zentaro goalie is what's gonna get it done. That said, is able to hold with the assistance of Wolfsart. Great layering by this defensive tandem. Ball is funneled into Sloan, but it's denied brilliantly by a great wall out of Jubu that actually does its job, which doesn't happen every day of the week with this stupid character, but gets great value out of that one. Now, excellent shimmy up and around the ultimate from Sloan, and it means still both barriers hanging on, both goalies hanging onto one barrier thus far.
Yeah, it just feels like Jubu's gonna hold forever because it's Dubu. And then General Umbre is gonna hold forever because they're playing his now era. And there's just a legitimately zero scoring person. They have one heavy hit in their kit besides NATO. And Slow does take the barrier first. It feels like, oh, it just gets through the Token Fortress. It just feels like, I don't know, how are you supposed to get the barrier or even score? Like, I don't know.
I think off the top of my head, I feel like the answer is getting mobility onto Jubu and having Jubu take all the barriers. That said, I think it's worth noting the stat screen on last game. Jubu had he had the lowest redirects on his team. He had about 200, and of those, 111 of the 200 redirects were saves, which is to say that the majority of what Jubu does is within his own goal arc, so he has proven to not be a very aggressive goalie because saves only proc in your goal arc. So it doesn't look like they're gonna be getting that push-up value out of this Dubu, which puts so much more onus on this kind of faltering forward duo to score. So the way I see this game playing out, I feel like it'll be a war of attrition. It'll be a slow burn, but I just do not see how this low XP bar team is going to score.
Yeah, it feels like they just have to outplay them with their positioning, which they did do for those first 2 barriers, but now kind of stuck in a stalemate as Jubu takes their own barrier. Unfortunately, does stuff out the dash punch with the log, though, as the needle puts the bottom side. Almost actually takes out Umbre's recovery drone, but able to stay alive here as Sloan pushing the forwards back, trying to push forward. Wolfslar with this flip does end up getting used. The recovery drone procced as Jubu just too busy in the recovery drone animation. An incredible kill, an incredible goal found by Sloan, and all 3 recovery drones have been procced for the side of the OXP bar.
Probably wouldn't expect that to be the case given the team comp. You've got so much haste, you've got so much latent survivability in this Now character, but no, everyone has in turn been killed. Sloan once again demonstrating why Julie is so potent on this map. In the hands of a different pilot does not matter. Julie gets it done. That's it. Abercrombie not the recipient of a dash punch to the face just yet, hitting a Sage of Fade to hold on to their life. Snorbit coming up a bit short with that primary, not able to shove it through. Bit of a strike war beckoning in top lane, but it's rotated down. Wolfsart now looking to set up some offense into Sloan, who's looking so scary, covering this out cleared, goes for the kill, but the stock set one, Julie's just not gonna find the kill at that range. Neither team able to find the breakthrough just yet.
And we're back at this opposite side barrier stalemate, but Sloan able to get it through first. Neither flip being used for this barrier storm, but does end up using the flip here. Abercrombie does end up winning the interaction, forcing out the ult from Umbre, who does end up getting chipped out a bit by the nade out of the dash punch, but dodged by Snorbit, as Abercrombie trying to push forward, just getting so chipped out so easily, unfortunately. Does end up using his ult though to kind of heal back up, kind of get into the play, but it's just cleared away so easily. There's just no way for them to force it through. They're trying so hard, but the side of both pregnant men are just holding forever as Abercrombie just can't get it through. Umbre, who with this size is just able to actually cover so much space. Jubu able to clear it away for now, kind of just holding on for their dear life here, because energy is just low on the entire side of low XP bar. They're in such a dangerous situation. Sloan is nearing this flip, which could be the nail in the coffin for this first set. Sloan dribbling up, trying to push through, does have the flip online, doesn't even need it, just strikes it straight through Jubu, and a very dominant first set from Bald Pregnant Man.
I think this is what we would have anticipated. One of these comps, well, I was going to say much more orthodox than the other, but I guess orthodoxy is relative because you have a Zentaro goalie. But you have a Julie, you have an Octi. I guess that's the point I'm getting at. And this Julie is looking to become oh so scary. There's single spark, there's peak, there's heavy ups for might, interestingly enough. I can't even say that's an eye on to Jubu because there's demo available. That said, Umbre also opting for the pain train angle here, picking up the heavy single spark, falls to pick 5 onto this Octavia. That's quite scary, especially if things continue the way they do. Wolfstar could be getting a whole lot faster.
Yeah, Sloan, Cosmetic Loss is getting a bit of extra power, a bit of extra size. Very dangerous to deal with. Hopefully Abercrombie getting the stagger might be a difference maker, but it doesn't really seem that way as the double barrier is taken. Wolfsart is able to keep his Octa speed for now. The drone procced on Jubu as Sloan just has so much power with this dash punch to just even take out the Dubu in their goal box as Wolfsart pushing forward with Sloan hovering, waiting for a dash punch, unable to quite find something right now, but is able to push through with help from Wolfsart as they are just clearing so well. Snorbit just can't get the ball through the double hold from the forwards of the Bald Pregnant Men as Umbre now pushing up. Does have to kind of retreat for now. Wolfsart unfortunately does end up losing this flow state, but an excellent pass by Umbre actually to clear the ball.
Excellent work by Umbre. My opinion, I feel like from what I have seen over these past 3 weeks, I would reckon he's one of, if not the most mechanically sound goalie at this level, and is definitely putting in work to that effect. Finds another smart clear, which is Loki kind of strike ward by Wolfstar with the flip, but I guess they knew something I didn't because they fed it into Sloan quick enough that Jubu was unable to get on the end of it. Maybe had roll, but was probably just trusting his ability to strike it, but it was a bit of a wayward judgment, and it does mean that Bald Pregnant Men continue on the warpath here.
Yeah, and Umbre unfortunately ends up not getting the mix-up this time as Snorbit reads right through it. Does use the flip, but Wolfstart is there. Sloan pushing to the bottom side with the dash punch is stuffed out by Jubu. As Evercrombie now pushing up an incredible read by Wolfstart. Kind of keep pushing the ball forward here. Forward of Ball Pregnant Men, just doing such a good job of dropping back when they are needed. Felicity is unfortunately burned by Wolfstart, but treating down to Snorbit actually is not really the worst thing in the world. Sloan and Umbre both having flips. In kind of dangerous situation though. The ult is used and the first point for low XP bar is found.
It just feels like the only way this team will get consistent pressure is off of errors from the other team. I feel like the second barrier was taken off of a bit of a misinformed up clear, and that goal came from Evercrombie just kind of strike warring a Zentaro ult that didn't really need to happen. That said, I guess the win con to that extent is Jubu just holding for dear life and buying his forwards enough opportunities to capitalize off of whatever mental slippages happened after 2 minutes of straight Omega striking. So we'll see how things play out. Right now, things getting a little chaotic in the middle of the park, but Snorbit can get on the end of that thing and try to establish some sort of pressure, but Evercrombie not in a position to cover outclear or anything of that ilk. Is trying to do it all himself, but the striking is just not enough to get it through. And as overtime's ticking, Sloan's looking real threatening with that flip, so we'll see if it gets into him.
And the KO found, and the goal is found. It's just a war of attrition where you're just getting out-attritioned by the more traditional comp, unfortunately, as Sloan and Wolfstart are just doing such a good job of winning their interactions. Umbre is doing a really good job of pushing forward when needed, winning when they do really need to, and this game just looks so dire. Sloan finds a double barrier, and this could be the set very soon here.
I feel like if Evercrombie just put the prize in the bag and did the IME Brawler, things would be a lot more straightforward. Straightforward strike is enough to take that goal, though. Julie getting it done. Sloan not the pick of the litter here. It's actually going to be Wolfstart, which is horrifying. There is the aerials. There is also the sparking. There's the FOF. So many good things. We'll probably just take the dash extension. We'll have to see, though. Opts for the Spark of Focus, interestingly enough, which leaves the field open for Crombie to take the Timeless Creator, which is a pretty good pickup, because I feel like if the now secondary is probably going to be the best way this team's going to score. And yeah, Umbre picking up his iconic dash. This could get scary for sure.
I'm really surprised that Snorbit ended up going aerials over explosive here. I guess you just want a bit more range on your NATO, but I think Umbre getting extra damage as well is a very scary thing to deal with when you're already getting kind of shipped out pretty heavily. And it feels, I don't know, it feels insurmountable right now. Wolfstart got a second spark. So there's speed on Sloan now. It looks so dire, but if you're gonna make a hero play, it's gonna need to be here and now, as side of low XP bar are just trying to push forward. Evercrombie and Snorbit trying to fight same lane. Wolfstart almost gets a KO with the ultimate, is able to kind of keep the ball pushing forward though.
Again, we're seeing an attempt to proc that now secondary for stuffing purposes, but it doesn't work out. Interesting poke by Umbre. I told you, the devil shivers when General Umbre gets his Zentaro dash training on goalie, because he's just able to do that. Hard third forward type beat with this eject button setup, and we're seeing the first of potentially many goals out of this very eccentric goalie. Snorbit and Crombie trying to pick up the pieces, stop the bleeding, but once again, they are the first team to lose their barrier. Getting to be real dicey here. Bald Pregnant Men just 2 points away from taking this first game, and now Snorbit's Rec Drone has been taken away. The flip is ripped for no ROI. Wolves are not quite hasty enough to win that strike war, though, meaning that low XP bar holds on for now.
Yeah, but not for much longer here. Sloan with a dash punch, kind of trying to push through, and is able to just sneak it through after a pass from Umbre and Wolfstart. It just feels like Sloan has so much space to work with. They're not able to cut down the pass, and that's the thing you really want to do with double haste. And it just feels like Sloan has so much space to work with. And it feels super, super dire here. With match point here for the side of Bald Pregnant Men. Just trying to put this home as soon as they can.
Lone sitting on a flip, which could be oh so scary, has driven his opponent for using that in the scoring and killing department. Misses that attempt on a kill though, rips the ult in midfield to just try to get it through. Crombie doing a good job to flip the bird to this brawler, but the core just ends up right back in their midst. This could be oh so scary. All three hands on deck in the arc for low XP bar here, but it doesn't matter because here comes Umbre, gets it done. The Bald Pregnant Men have entered their third trimester. They are just one win away from taking this entire series, this entire tournament, and after that domineering performance, you would rate them to get it done.
Yeah, they just look so strong, so confident. It just feels like they aren't looking back. They're just continuing to push the ball forward, continuing to convert, and it feels nearly impossible. Sloan only with 87 redirects. Just every time that they got the ball, they were just converting. And yeah, only the one goal from Abercrombie, kind of off a bit of a misplay. It's like you can out-core control them, you can outspeed them, but with this comp, you just can't score. And that very much felt to be the effect of this game. As you gotta mental reset. If you're low XP bar, you gotta mental reset. You gotta realize you gotta try something different. You gotta kind of go back to maybe, yeah, like you said, with maybe that IME Brawl or something that can kind of at least benefit off of like the Era Haste or like the Era Beam, because now just can't do that. And yeah, that's really just what it ended up coming down to. So obviously, you know, new game, new start, new comp, just reset. You're on your map pick now. And reset, play confident. That's what they need to do.
Certainly, I think mechanically they've got what it takes to hang with this Bald Pregnant Men team. It just definitely seemed to be a comp diff. I believe, are we heading into, what is it, Tycho game 2? Or what is game 2?
Game 2 is CTC.
CTC. So we're just seeing like a repeat of the exact same series, but with the maps kind of swapped around, I guess.
Yeah.
Or the previous. Okay, interesting. Why not? But yeah, CTC, a bit more of an open map. I think you will see benefit out of this IME should you choose to lock it as Evercrombie. I don't know what else he has, honestly. But Evercrombie, if you can hear me, pick the IME. I guess that's all I'll say. I think Jubu, if he can get his hands on the Dubu, that'll buy you time to score. And if you can just get some hits done in your back pocket, should be quite good. What bans have come out?
It's I have no bans yet, but it's a rapid fire stacks on stack start. So a very different start. Two of the strongest awakenings in the game, truthfully. And a Juno ban is come out by the Bald Pregnant Men. No surprise there. And yeah, I mean, this is legitimately one of the best starts, or like two of the strongest awakenings in the game right now.
Wait, what is the start again? Wait, have they implemented
Rapid
Stacks and Stacks Rapid? Christ, okay. This is a change
Yeah.
of pace. So now it's speed and cooldowns versus just Giga Live for all eternity. Okay. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Stacks would, I feel like, I was going to say it allows Jubu to fly, but Jubu doesn't fly. Like, Jubu just stays in his arc and is like first principles defending. Very barcode-esque in that respect. But it should mean that if anything, Umbre might be able to like wreak havoc, even if he locks like the Kai or any sort of like haste goalie. That could be very potent. We'll have to see how that plays out. Has there been the second ban yet?
Not yet.
Okay, wow, they're really deliberating. Taking their sweet time. And all this
They're
just to like
thinking about
slam
that.
the same ban. Guarantee you it's just gonna be like, wait, so the Juno's been banned, right?
Yeah, they banned Rasmus last time. I don't.
Okay.
I think you just gotta adapt and try to ban something different, because banning the Rasmus didn't work. So they're probably just deliberating on what they want to ban instead. Especially on a start like this, it's really hard because there's just so many. Every character is strong on this start. Nothing is weak. Everything is so dangerous. Everything is so prevalent, and it's really, really hard to kind of actually think of what would be the best ban here. So they could just land the same ban. Obviously, it just didn't work. So I'd love to see them try to target out something different. Maybe the Octavia. Octavia very strong on the start. Maybe a little bit less good on CTC in general, but on the stack start, Octavia can just always take over the game. So it would be interesting to see if they do end up banning that.
Maybe, I mean, they're... Oh, wow, I guess this is a disadvantage of not using a formal drafter. You can actually just stroke your big beard and think about this till the cows come home. Yeah, I'd be a bit wary of the Octi here. I guess in banning the Octi, let's think about who you seed here. I guess, I don't know, like, also Wolfsword has an Ivy. If I were Wolfsword, I'd just take the Ivy and then force Evercrombie onto the Now again. That would probably be my draft flowchart. Do we have a ban yet?
Yes. So the side of low XP bar banned the Juliet. So they did not want to see Sloan Julie. So the yeah, which is a ban that makes sense. Stacks Julie is very good. Sloan kind of took over with it. So it does end up making sense. Obviously, yeah, the Juno banned from Snorbit. Probably just going to lock the Era again, which is fine on this start, but you do really, really need to pick something to complement it. Era midfield is just not strong right now, so you need to kind of have a brawler that you can at least enable to kind of take over the game.
We'll see what happens here. We are heading into Q. If I'm not mistaken, Sloan has Erasmus. I assume that's his fallback in this instance, unless I'm tripping. Okay.
That's what they banned last time, so.
Sounds good. So you're probably just trading like for like forward, similar to what we saw with Estinto last series. Obviously didn't come up trumps for them in that particular instance, but it's okay. Wolf's Art is hovering the Ivy. We'll see if that pick goes through or if there's a bit of hijinks. They might. General Umbre picking the... I've never seen this guy play Luna in my life, but I guess that's what's happening. I've genuinely never seen this guy play Luna, ever. That said, I don't play on EU servers, so maybe that's a bit of like a position, like geographical bias on my end, but I guess we'll have to see. He's gonna loyal eccentric here. Sloan on the Estelle, by the way. I guess this is like the Joker EU edition. We'll have to see how good their Estelle brawling is. This is overall like a very change of pacey type setup from this blue side.
I'm so scared that they're gonna lock down Era again. I'm really scared, guys. The IMU has been taken, so let's see what red side ends up locking here. Probably, truthfully, if you know that they're not gonna play Dubu, you just like last pick Dubu, but it does not seem to be the case. The Jakar is picked though. I am so down for our Jakar pick. I think it's still not like the greatest forward of Era, but you can get a lot of surprise kills with it. So it'll be kind of interesting to see if they're able to coordinate that. Because if they can coordinate that, then this comp can be very, very dangerous. As yeah, the Luna is picked up here. The double midfield-esque comp from the side of the bald pregnant men. As interestingly enough, the Arrow went stacks instead of rapid. I think that's a bit of a spooky choice.
It would have to concur. Arrow private, that's like your one thing. But it's okay. Here goes nothing. Sloan and Wolfsart looking to pick up where they left off, but Jubu on this Dubu once more. Evergreen character pick for this fella is able to get it out. Karambi already getting bullied out of the game by Umbre in the game. I think the mission has become clear. Umbre locking the Luna for even more damage output. This could be their path to success. It's just repeatedly getting kills onto Crombie and the like. They do finally knock that first barrier down. Wolfstar, despite being the size of an atom, wins the strike war up and around Snorbit, but is unable to get goal pressure just yet. Both teams now focused here in this J corner. Ball wriggles loose. Possession not won by anyone. A bit of a risky self-move by Umbre there, but it's enough to get that thing out. But Sloan waiting till the last millisecond of the flip there to let it rip into the top corner, and that is the first goal on the board for the ball pregnant men.
Yeah, and this is the interesting thing about this start, this rapid fire stacks on stacks start, is you really need to gamble how many people you want to have take stacks, because if the entire team just takes rapid and blows you up, you're never going to get stacks value. And we're kind of seeing that right now. Snorbit doesn't have that many stacks. Jubu has very little. And, like, they haven't even been KO spammed yet. They've mainly just been hitting Crombie. So the moment they start hitting like Snorbit instead, it feels like you're just never going to get value out of the stacks that you just took.
Crombie is just hanging on for what the hell? Hanging on for I don't know if that's I think it's a flip that killed, but that looked like
Yeah.
way too far for a flip to kill. But I don't care. Juby won't be complaining because it is a power play for low XP bar. Snorbit getting in the mixer, getting the barrier at great cost to him and Crombie's life. It must be added. They are both looking pretty poor for wear, but poor is that clear from Umbre creates a lot of chaos, but nobody's able to capitalize because Snorbit's low-key dead. Crombie is dead. It just seems like this blue team has just said, we will win by killing them repeatedly because they're incapable of playing their lives. I don't know, but that just seems like, oh wow, yeah, that's another power play.
Yeah, and there goes the stacks. Again, the trade-off of taking stacks on his eras, they just chip you down. You don't have your beam to keep yourself alive. And, Umbre, what?
It's okay. It's okay. he's a controller player, so he's having his own, not quite MOBA moments, but thereabouts. Wolves are getting in the mixer. We are still in point 2. This one has felt like it's been going on for a while. Seems like Crombie and Snorbit are both on the map. They can make things happen. It's just conditional on them having equal manpower to this blue side. Umbre, I must admit, a couple of suboptimal decisions throughout the span of that point, but it's okay. Early on, you are playing not only with the advantage of the series, but the advantage with a reset. So I think you can afford to make a piecemeal mistake here or there, especially with the quality this team possesses. Wolves are snatching the orb, misses the dash onto Evercrombie though. This Drek is being allowed to live continuously. Everyone just kind of kit dumping on him, but there's no rhyme or reason to the actual sequencing of the ability usage. That said, Sloan, finally the cooler heads prevailing, finds the right flip on the Crombie to get him off the map. Power play in favor of Moldsart and the gang, but they can't get it done just yet. A good NATO by Snorbit's enough to buy time, and we are back to 3v3.
Umbre is just scaring me. It's just terrifying to watch. But the ball fragment are doing a really good job of just like consistently sustaining the damage. They just have so much chip damage, right? You can never regen against this comp because they just constantly chip you down with heavy hits to prevent you from regenning, and Crombie is feeling the effects of that. They don't even need to KO him. He's just stuck out of the play because of all the damage that he's taking, but able to get the barrier, able to dribble forward, but does get stuck out by the boost from General Umbre. Oh, sorry, with Firewall Sentry, trying to push the ball forward. Does end up doing a lot of damage to Snorbit, who is getting a bit closer to building these max stacks, but is getting taken low. So hopefully they can keep these stacks up as the orb is taken. The barrier is found, and the piercing shot not quite enough to get it through as the log stuffs it out with a 3-person defense. Juku misses the roll, but Snorbit is there. Wolfstar does have this flip to kind of use, is panicking a little bit, doesn't end up using it, as Evercrombie actually tanks the Luna Dash with the invisible trajectory.
Bunch of chaos in top lane. Crombie is just perma dying or dead or just being disallowed from living. All the while, it does mean Snorbit has built up to a handsome looking flip, rips it instantaneously, forces the flip out of Umbre. I guess that's not the end of the world, but now it is a power play once again. How many times are we going to say that in favor of the bald pregnant men? But they're unable to conceive just yet. Umbre little bit off with that dash, allowing this point to persist. Crombie back on the field, trying to cause some chaos with the Drek invis, but it's not enough. What is enough is that flip out of Sloan to the top corner, calling out the Judas strike shot. And are they hitting? What is that emote? Wait, what? I have the mod pack on. I don't know what it. Are they hitting a different emote on your screen?
No. Either way, Snorbit is staggered right now. Does get denied the orb. Does actually regen just in time. Unable to find the kill. Is slow, but Snorbit is still low. Is trying to fight for their life to keep these stacks up. But there they go. The stacks are gone. The barrier is gone. And a flip online for Wolfstar. Never mind. And Crombie finds the first barrier here. Wolfstar pushing forward with the glitch pop. Is cleared into Wolfstar, and General Umbre finding the perfect combo there. The Lunar Rocket struggling just behind ends up getting the conversion, and the first set yet again goes to the bald pregnant men.
That was super cool tech, I can't lie. That is a pretty high level execution. So shout out General Umbre and gets the M prop for his troubles. Forgoes the Deadeye, but it does mean the Stubu's left with choice between like a single Spark and Mobile. Opts for the Mobile. Aerials onto this Estelle. Oh, so scary. To say nothing of the dash range onto this Aimee. It's looking like this bald pregnant side has definitely gotten the better side of this draft.
I can't lie, it's not looking great. The explosive entrance on Wolfsart is a big deal. The missile prop is a big deal. It just feels like it's going to be 10 times harder for the side of low XP bar to live, especially with these stacks. But it's actually Sloan the one that's getting taken low. Doesn't end up using the Rose Lord for the orb as Abercrombie wins the 1v1, takes the final barrier, trying to push the ball forward with his shotgun, unable to really get anything. Wolfsart wins a crucial strike forward here as Umbre now pushing forward. Can't quite find anything. Jubu clears away, but unfortunately own barriers here. As Wolfsart almost gets the kill on Abercrombie, just barely misses out. Snormit now dribbling forward with the Bewitching Beam, but Wolfsart just wins every strike forward. Can't be beat, and no! The piercing shot just sneaks it past Jubu.
Really unfortunate timing there to get beaten out by the primary, definitely knocking a bit of the wind out of this low XP bar team's sails. Snorbit surging forward, dumping the entire kit, and it does end up taking the first barrier and indirectly. Abercrombie is sure, why not? He just ate that entire turret, but the turret was mispositioned, so it just didn't really matter. I guess it gives Wolfsart some energy. So, I mean, it's not a horrible ROI. Here comes Umbre being a little tentative to step in that goop, as is Snorbit, as is Crombie. I think Umbre understands the assignment. This entire team understands the assignment. They just keep dumping it back into that top side goop, forcing this red side to interact with the core decidedly where they don't want it. Up against this damage comp, and there is some damage coming out to play. Sloan finding a great primary onto Snorbit. Snorbit off the map. Crombie not really in a position to help either. If Sloan has primary, he's positioning for it. Actually, just primaries for the goal. Why not? And there is another score for the side of Bald Pregnant Men.
And Snorbit has no stacks. Jubu's only at 32. It's looking rough for the side of low XP bar. As the Bald Pregnant Men just continue to push forward. Just continue to leave Crombie staggered while taking out their teammates, taking rid of those stacks. But, Crombie goes down to a raw glitch pop. Sloan pushes forward with the piercing shot. Does end up getting the barrier. Jubu trying to hold on to the split. Doesn't end up using it here. But Umbre is ready for it. Trying to push it through. Up to Wolfsart here. Sloan pushing forward. The Luna ult ends up taking things away. But the KO is found by the air NATO into the center. As this could be the tides turning for low XP bar. But Wolfsart just winning every interaction, including against Umbre though. As the barrier is found. Sloan is back online, could potentially make the difference here. Trying to stay alive is Snorbit as Sloan and Umbre trying to deal with Crombie. Does do it perfectly, and the ball is pushed through by Wolfsart. No flip needed as the second set is taken, and the Bald Pregnant Men are one set away from winning the entire thing.
And I mean, given that they're coming out of this draft in the advantageous position, it's looking quite cooked. We'll see if this low XP bar side can do anything to stop the bleeding. Hotshot picked up onto the Estelle, responded to in turn by a Siege Machine pickup out of Snorbit. Abercrombie should be getting the team player here. That's really good for a team that really likes to pass to one another, sometimes to their detriment, and Fire Up falling finally onto Jubu. I guess it is a notable survivability pickup on Crombie. Crombie will be able to just maybe be a little more present in the game, because I mean the levels don't lie. This person has been banned from interacting with core thus far, so we'll see if that ends up paying any sort of dividends.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by the Siege Machine take here. Doesn't really seem like the play. It feels like, unfortunately, Arenado's power has kind of lost itself a lot due to the fact that Monument and Extra Touch Open remove, and Siege doesn't really give you that back. So it'll be kind of interesting to see if they can get value out of it, but it doesn't really seem to be that way, as Snorbit is just getting chipped out. Crombie may have gotten the stagger, but your stats user in Snorbit has not, and they are a prime target for a lot of this damage dumping.
Ooh, kit dumping is enough to get that thing gone by Wolfsart, though. Sloan not even needed, nor is Umbre. Really good hero play by this blue side midfielder. Bald Pregnant Men inching ever closer to claiming the chip here. Snorbit and friends have to stop the bleeding, but they just cannot get it through this wall of Umbre and Sloan. And that could be just what the doctor ordered, though. Great NATO by Snorbit, understanding the assignment, getting that thing through. Wall by Juba's enough to keep the offense on the bot side, but it's an ephemeral play. It rotates right back up. Good call out by the out clear by Snorbit, but the angle was just a bit off to do anything with it, and now chaos unfolds here on the right side of the pitch. One barrier apiece for both goalies, down to one just for Umbre.
Yeah, but the shotgun does end up taking this barrier here. Umbre actually dashes forward a bit of a scary situation, but it is cleared away forward now. The piercing shot by Sloan, not quite enough, but it just sneaks past the log, and the Bald Pregnant Men are 1 point away from winning the entire tournament. All they need is one more.
This is looking like their game to take. It's been looking that way for a while, but I think this is definitive that they are in the driver's seat here. Chubu desperately finding the down clear there, gets it out, walls it, trades ults with Wolfsart. Decent exchange there, but Evercrombie and an all too familiar Tails knocked off the map. It is up to Snorbit and Chubu to hold the line for the next 6 seconds. It's worth noting Snorbit does have flip, blows it, but it's too late, and now you've got a down in energy for no benefit of your own. And this could be going from bad to worse. General Umbre shows steely resolve, holds, flips in the middle of the park, but doesn't proc the instant flip, but it should be fine. There's still so much corner pressure, and that is the Crystal Thorns. The Bald Pregnant Men have carried it to term and given birth to a victory here in CCT number. General Umbre just not rage, he just quit instant. You know, fair enough, Aura quit. He's like, I'm done with you people. You know, that's enough for me. But yeah, it does mean that the Bald Pregnant Men are your CCT number 3 winners. Hats off to them.
I mean, so insanely well deserved. Such a dominant performance from start to finish. No team could really look like that. Like, they could touch this team. They looked unbeatable, and they proved that they were a dominant performance. But really, all credit to Low XP Bar as well. They had such a good performance to even get here in the first place. It just feels like they ran into a team that is just so hot. Like, so, it's like they're just playing so well. Like, they're just on a hot streak, can't lose. And yeah, an incredible performance from all 3 of the players of the Bald Pregnant Men.
Fortunately, this is no OSAS. There is no winner's interview. But so you just have to imagine what these people would be saying in your head. But that concludes CCT number 3. Thank you all for tuning in and keeping the grassroots level of competition alive. Really is the pipeline that feeds into the comp scene at large. So I'm so glad that we were able to bring something like this back to Europe after a bit of a hiatus. Worth noting that LAN is next week. Make sure to tune in. And if you have not signed up, you have 2 more days to sign up. Let's pump the numbers. Go find some friends, pick a team, also tune into LAN. Also worth noting, if you are someone who can press play on OBS, that's all you need. You can sign up to be a LAN side streamer. It'd be awesome to be able to cover every single game that happens at LAN. You don't need professional production quality. You don't need a good mic. You just need a computer that can spectate Omega Strikers. So if that's you, and if you're willing to give up a couple hours of your weekends next week, please do hit up Sloth and the gang, because we need more warm bodies to stream matches. But after that desperate plug, that is all from us. Congrats to every player involved, absolute marathoners on both sides. And yeah, we'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you all for tuning in.